Letter to be on board with that one right there.
Yeah.
I think it's it. Yeah.
Okay, we're ready to go. So with that, I call the meeting to order, and if you'd join us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please. Molly, do you want to lead us?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Hey again, good morning. The first thing on our agenda is the consent agenda, and there are two changes. In the approval of vouchers, we need to remove the voucher to LaRue Tactical. That is an error on the invoicing, so we'll clean that one up and bring that voucher back at a future time. And then under the approve the ad for the youth services job opening, I would ask that you also include there to update the job description to correct the supervision to the Board of County Commissioners.
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion. We approve the consent agenda with the changes as noted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda listed with two changes. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Okay. Here a little ways. We're about 2 minutes early, but I think we can go ahead. The public hearing on John Sauerwein appeal, planning and zoning decision. Don't know who's coming forward.
I don't know.
Madam Chair, Cody Schatz with Engineering Associates. I was hoping to, if it's all right with you, can I ask the director a few questions about her letter from November 4th?
Yes.
Okay. Director Hill, you said on November 4th that you would not allow this subdivision to go forward as a simple subdivision. Can you explain why?
Can we sit together?
Yes, please. That'd be easier.
Maybe just pull that letter out. Madam Chair, the letter he's referring to is the letter dated November 4th that I sent to John Sauerwein, indicating why I was not allowing this to proceed as a simple. I've referenced the 2015 development standards and regulations, and in chapter 3, section 2C, it says a subdivision shall not be classified as a simple subdivision under the following circumstances. And number 2 under that paragraph, the land to be subdivided is unsuitable for simple subdivision. Land unsuitable for simple subdivision is defined as land, if subdivided, would be detrimental to the health, safety, and general welfare of existing or future residents because of potential hazards, including flooding, landslides, steep slopes, rock falls, high water table, polluted or non-potable water supply, high voltage lines, high pressure gas lines, danger from fire, explosion, or other hazardous features as determined by the planning director. So the presence of any of these features, well, and that's where it ends for me. And so it's very clear in my letter that there's rock fall, steep slopes on the property. There's also a high voltage line. That was not my biggest concern is the slope. So, and it was stated in the letter.
Okay, and Madam Chair, has there ever been another subdivision that we've had this happen to before, that they've applied for a simple subdivision and now it's requesting a major subdivision for this reason?
Are you asking her? Are you asking me?
I'm asking you.
For my time here.
Okay. The reason I ask these questions, Madam Chair, is, it says in that same section, I have the 2015 rules and regs that says it's detrimental to the health, safety, and welfare of future or existing and future residents. And it doesn't really explain in there that what detrimental, because I don't know what it meant. I looked it up. It says tending to cause harm. So we're trying to figure out why this subdivision, as it's laid out, would cause harm to the existing and future residents. And looking back at other subdivisions that this group has approved, even last year in 2022, July of 2022, Rocking Horse and Buffalo Ranch was a simple subdivision. It had steep slopes. It had rock falls on the property. It actually had, that was the one that had what's the road? I want to call it 6FU, but it's Stagecoach Road. Sorry, yeah, Stagecoach Road going right through it. So it had all these features. The only thing it did not have was the power poles, the high power poles on it, but it had the same features. And how that was handled is we noted that originally on the sketch plan that there was steep slopes and potential for rock falls. I mean, I even had to go talk to Public Works about the road itself was starting to deteriorate that they had to fix. And then we even noted it on a disclosure statement and it was handled. So this property here has about 100 of vertical feet and about 150 horizontal feet is the slope of this canyon steep slope area. That one that I'm talking about that got approved through this group without going to a major subdivision, it had 70 vertical feet and about 50. So it had some steeper stuff too. And so if we're really concerned about the detrimental for the health and safety of the public, just down the road from this subdivision is Hayden Arch Bridge. And that is a public access with roads through it and everything else. Then there should be something else done about all along that canyon. So that was our first concern of why, if she's holding to these rules in here in the rules and regs, that it says that it's, you know, detrimental to the health, safety, and general welfare of the existing and future residents, then why can't we just address it as a simple subdivision, address it that there is steep slopes? What was the other part of it? I looked at, there's been many subdivisions along that corridor. Copperleaf was along that corridor and it was a major subdivision, but nowhere in Copperleaf that I can see was it addressed that the way you address it, it says in here, is how you address it is you eliminate the hazards or you have approved design and construction plans. And so Copperleaf never had that I can see. I drove out there and looked too to see if they had some kind of barrier or something to their area. They didn't. So there is subdivision along the way that haven't done this. So that's our first point, is that we don't see where it's detrimental to the health and safety of it. The second comment we want to have, it's been a long process of getting through this. I mean, a simple subdivision usually takes 4 to 6 months. We scheduled a pre-app in August of 26, had the pre-app in August 30. We never got, and at that time, Director Hill said that, nope, there's steep slopes in here. We're going to have to do this as a major. So we asked for a letter, never got it until my applicant submitted a simple subdivision application on 10/14. And that was returned back to us and the check returned back to us. And we finally got the letter on November 4th. So we finally got this letter on November 4th stating that it was going to have to be go as a major subdivision, or we are allowed to appeal it. So then when we look in the rules of allowed to appeal it, same regulations, chapter 1, section 6, it says appeals. The intent of this section is to provide a process of which a aggrieved person may obtain a review from the board for final decision. It also says in there, in the timing of that, appeal should be made within 20 days of when this letter was, which my understanding it was. But it also says in there that this board shall hear it within the time. It says appeal shall be heard at the next regular board meeting of the board that occurs within at least 14 days following the close of the appeal period or a special meeting. And it also says that we should have it, the board shall make a determination concerning this decision or interpretation from the planning director or county engineer within a reasonable time, but no later than the second regular meeting following the receipt of this request. This request was in November and we never met in the second regular meeting. We've now ran this out over 5 months when we can usually have a simple subdivision completed. And so it's interesting that we're wanting to hold to this part of the section, but that part of section, it's not gonna get held to. So what we're requesting is that the board allow that the developer to go through with a simple subdivision where it's always been a simple subdivision. There's no other examples out there that had to hold to this to be a major subdivision. I do understand that there is confrontation between parties at the moment, but we're requesting that the board allow this one to move forward as a simple subdivision.
Madam Chair. So a couple things. So first of all, on the timing of everything. Yeah, I did receive the request in August, whenever he mentioned that. But Mr. Sourwine requested decisions on 3 separate matters, and he wanted them all together at the same time. And I could not prepare the LUC decision in that amount of time. The LUC decision is a separate matter. It's just one I am not prepared to answer. It's too complicated. And so I didn't give him a decision because he wanted all 3 in one. So then when he submitted the subdivision application, I moved to make the decision on the subdivision because that I was able to do very quickly. I mean, I had made that decision when they sat in the room. So I didn't have any problem getting that out the door quickly. Now, as far as the scheduling, that's however this got scheduled, it was through your office. You know, I'm not sure. I know there was a lot going on with full schedules and then a turnover of the board in the new year. So I think that factored into the date selections on that, but maybe you can speak more to that. As far as the detrimental, I physically have walked down this road, and this road was developed without a permit, part of which was in the floodplain. And that's how this first came to my attention. And I know that I've mentioned that over time. This was over a year ago that this all came about. And so having personal experience on the property, physically hearing rocks falling down the side of the cliff as I'm walking down this road, I remembered that. I also know that there's been plans and are plans to bring a water line up that road. The water line that may serve this subdivision, that's different than any other subdivision that we've had that has steep slopes. They are actually proposing to use the steep slope to bring water supply up to this particular property. And there is a water right that has been started. It's not been completed, but that's part of the concern. There's also the concern that, of course, there is the road. I mean, there's this little gate at the top of the slope. You know, are we encouraging people to go down this road? Yes. I mean, it talks about that. It's actually listed for sale right now and shouldn't be as a subdivided lot. That's against state law. It's basically promoting this riverfront type property. And also in the subdivision sketch plan, it's sort of showing like little drives or roads kind of along the top of the steep slope. And, you know, I certainly would not be encouraging the use of the edge of that slope for driving or any other purpose. You know, in visiting the property, I had Corps of Engineers there. There was an EA engineer there. There was Corps of Engineers there. Everybody was mentioning, you know, how steep the slope was, the rock fall. There's stress fractures or stress cracks on the side of the hill that, you know, it was mentioned during that time that at any time that material could fall, you know, from the side. And what's that going to do for the material behind it? You know, maybe there was another subdivision that had slope and we missed it, or maybe it was because they weren't proposing to actually utilize that slope as part of the functional ability of the people who are buying that land. So I have absolutely no reservation in my determination. There's no question in my mind that this slope needs to be addressed. I think geotechnical review at a minimum needs to be required. Probably need to address the water situation. You know, even if they're proposing a well, we do have the material from the original discussions that there was going to be a water line brought up this hillside. That needs to be discussed with the state engineer's office. They have not submitted the engineering paperwork that is required to get that water right approved. And that's the part that's left. And so to bring water from the river, clear up the side of that slope is going to take a big pump, which they're going to have to put in the river, which is another impact. So I didn't base my decision on anything other than basically the extremeness of this particular property. To me, it's not the usual, and therefore it requires an extra look. So should you decide to overturn this appeal or overturn my decision and grant them the appeal, I would simply ask that when the subdivision goes through, it warrants extra review. It needs geotech review. It needs to go through state water right review to make sure that that's all addressed. That would be my request if you're going to proceed with a simple, because it is for commercial use. And there are some special things, when you're talking about commercial use, you're talking about fire water. Is there adequate water to support that type of development? And we talked about the LUC on this property. And one of the reasons the LUC was first denied when it was brought before the board was that there was not adequate water. And the individual came back in and requested another hearing so that he could be heard because he missed the first hearing. And it was brought forward at that time that the reason he needed the commercial LUC on this property was because then the city, because he'd have commercial zoning, would bring their water line out to this property. Well, there is no water line to this property. So when it comes to commercial subdivision and it comes to putting commercial uses out there, it has to be approved by a fire marshal or a fire warden. And the purpose of that is there going to be adequate water for firefighting purposes? So that is part of subdivision review, is adequacy of water. If the water is being proposed, potentially be brought up from the river by a pump system, that's kind of a big deal on a steep slope. So that was my reasoning. And again, either way, however it goes through, I really would strongly recommend a geotechnical review at a minimum and state review on water rights.
Madam Chair, is correct. We haven't received anything on the LUC to know how that's going to shake out. But as for that road, my understanding is that road was put in before John Sauerwein owned it as the owner. And the intent is to run a water line from the river up to it. And there is a state engineer's approval for that water line and for water use on it. The problem is we can't show that because we're not allowed to submit a simple subdivision package that would have had it in it to go through these steps to explain that. We're saying we have to go to a major so that we have to show that we can use all the utilities on each lot, add to all the utilities on each lot, but we don't have that opportunity.
Madam Chair, I don't know what the date of his approval is that he has. I actually called the state engineer's office using the documentation that they provided at a previous meeting, and he indicated that there is incomplete. Now, maybe something has changed since that discussion, but when I spoke with them on the phone, they said it's incomplete. The only way to get it complete would be for them to submit their actual development plan for how to bring the water up from the river, and then they would have to go from there. And I found the process actually a little bit backwards, honestly. I found it interesting that they kind of approve the right in a way, but then they say, well, now you have to bring us your design plan. And actually, it's almost like they put it in before the state comes to, it's very weird. So anyway, I don't know what the date is of his communication, but when I spoke with the state engineer, which was right around the time of this appeal, they had indicated it was incomplete at that time to bring the water line up the hill.
Commissioner Teal.
My question is, this appeal is for a simple subdivision.
Yeah.
If it were to go forward, would the land use LUC go forward to the lot as commercial?
Well, that's
or
the
is
question.
that could that be, what is the purpose of the subdivision, residential or commercial?
Commercial. Or all the above. For what the LUC would allow.
Yeah, a commercial LUC kind of allows uses in other categories too, residential being one of them.
Well, my question was, will if it were approved, would the LUC go away?
That's the question. And the reason that's difficult to answer is because the history of LUCs, there have actually been LUCs to approve subdivisions. This LUC was not for a subdivision, it was for commercial retail use. So the question then becomes, the LUCs were approved based on the proposal before the board. So now a subdivision with multiple commercial uses was not what was being considered. Now there is language in the LUCs, and every LUC is different, that sometimes addresses subdivision. But that doesn't necessarily mean that the LUC then applies to the whole property still. Because now you could have, let's say they split this into 5. Now you could have 5 separate commercial uses, 5 separate accesses, 5 everything. And that was not what was discussed at the time of approval. And it's my understanding, or my interpretation, that when this LUC was approved, it was only approved based upon the thought that city water was going to be brought to this property. And that has not occurred. So all I have to look for is the meeting minutes from when the LUC was approved to decide, you know, was that really the intent? So I have another one. I have another LUC right now waiting for the same type of an answer. And staff had already on that particular property said before I got here, no, if you break the property, the LUC does not go with the whole property. It's going to stay with only where the commercial development has already occurred. The rest of the property is going to go under regular zoning, GR5 in that case. So that is something that I have in writing, that the county made a decision on another LUC saying that no, your LUC does not get to stay on all of the subdivision lots. So if I just base my decision on that one communication on another LUC, then I would have already said no. But that's not how I work. I'm trying to figure out what made them say that. And that requires going back and looking at a number of LUCs and a number of decisions that have been made. And there's just not enough hours in a day on top of everything else to get that done quickly. I'm not just making a decision on this matter on the LUC, I'm also making it on another property, and I have to be consistent.
Mr. Schatz, and you stated earlier that the property was not owned by Mr. Sauerwein when the road was built. Are you aware of who owned the property and who built the road?
I am not.
Is the applicant aware of who owned the property? And who constructed the road was non-permitted? Who did the construction?
Anything else at the time, or we can open the public hearing?
Can I answer on the water rights? Yeah, welcome to the state engineer's office on ever trying to figure out what they want, when they want it, and how to make it all work. Because my date is March 30th of 22 when they approved this water use, and in here it just says that since the plans show no diversion control structure or measure how to measure it, the state engineer may require a later install of such necessary to facilitate it. So when I look at all the different things in this one, it shows that it's approved, but typical state engineer's office will never know that. And that's why one of the reasons why we're trying to argue to make this as simple is because if we had to go through all the state engineer's office, get through this, that adds a year later to any kind of subdivision when we do state engineer's office, because they only meet 4 times a year and you have to have a packet in 3 months ahead of time. So
yeah, and Madam Chair, you can't, no matter what, they're going to have this water right addressed as part of the subdivision because it's what they're proposing for water. So I don't think we're going to get around completely the state side of the review because of that fact. But I would have to say I agree with Cody. I find that process very frustrating and confusing. And like I said, when I called to talk about this water right, I just was confused. Okay. So I agree. It's not a straightforward situation on water.
And well, one last thing is if you guys decide to keep with this and go through a major subdivision, then it's not feasible for the developer to just do 2 lots. He will look at doing multiple lots, and it could be up to, if the LUC stands, it could be up to 40 lots, which was not his intent on this. His intent is just to do a few lots. So
okay.
Thank you.
I do want to open the public hearing so we can have.
I wanted to come up.
You can certainly come up and make your comments at this time.
That was there.
Well, we're there.
Yeah.
And if you would state your name for the record, please.
My name is John Sauerwein. I didn't really know that I needed to say something today, but I think I do. I want to say that when my decision to purchase this property was because the LUC was basically accepted by the director. And you have all the emails that kind of show that, to see her explanation of why it is valid. My father was in the process of developing the water treatment plant, which now exists. And he has a permit from the spring down below where that new building was built, and he has a permit on the other side of the river. And so when he built the access to the river, which is not a road, it was never designed as a road, it was simply designed for access for him to get water out of the river. He also has a permit that's been approved by the state to get water out of the river, both hot water and cold water. And that's what he was in the process of doing. And so all I did when I purchased the property is I started over, and I got my own permit to also access the water. It's been approved. What Joey's not stating is that her and I do not get along at all. I mean, not one iota. And ever since that we've gotten sideways, she has told me that you're not going to build anything on that property. It's done. It's over. You know, get over it. And she really means it. And so when she gives her a decision letter and she sends it to me, I read it and then I go, you delayed all this time. Now I have millions of dollars sitting there for over 5 months that I can't do anything with because the director doesn't like me. And it's really frustrating. And so when she gives us the decision letter, with after all this time, she says that she went to Brian's Court to get a discussion on the LUC. I didn't get a yes or no whether she did or not. I don't think she did. The LUC is really simple. I sent you a copy of it. It doesn't take more than a day just to look at that, decide what it says, and interpret it. It's not. She doesn't need to look at 500 different kinds of LUCs. It's simply one LUC for that property. The board, when they determined the usage of it, they weren't contemplating any kind of city water. My dad had talked about it, and he found out that it was not viable based on what the cost it would be, because the water that goes to the old booth there is just not enough water to carry through. And so in order for us to do it, for him to do it, he would have had to go all the way down to the cemetery, basically, to get water and start a whole new pipeline down the West Strip, get over to there. And that would have been millions of dollars. So I think it's too expensive. That's why he went and got the water permit for the river. And this development, which is the minor subdivision, doesn't need the water from the river. The water from the river is so I can irrigate and make things green and make things look good. There is a potable water well on both sides, on both lots, that serve good drinkable water. And we have given those tests that were done in Billings at the water testing facility, that we have good potable water. The water treatment facility, which was approved based on the LUC, is in existence. Water line goes to both the well on the east side and on the east lot, and there's a well next to the house on the west lot, provides cattle. And so that water interchanges both ways. So we have a system. There's 3 big, huge 2-inch pipelines that go all the way from one well and to where the water will come up from the river, all the way to a 75,000 gallon water treatment facility below the building on the river. And so the reason we did that is because under the LUC, the one requirement that was required was that the state fire marshal or in the city would have to approve any development. So before you build a house or before you build a hotel or anything else, the state fire marshal would have to approve it. That's in the LUC. Everything's in the LUC about the subdivisions too. It says exactly what you can do and how you can make lots. If you have a central water system, you can do all the way down to a half acre lots. If you have a central water system and sewer system, you can go down to a 700 square foot, or a really dinky lot. Without anything, you can put wells and water all the way down to a 1 acre lot. It's very specific of how the zoning would happen. And so if you split it into 40 lots, or you split it into 2 lots, the zoning would go with it. It doesn't say anything about taking it away. And all these things that she's coming up with are new, are things that she's making up. I mean, totally making up, or don't exist. And so she said that there wasn't any water on the lots. Well, obviously we have 2 potable wells that she has results for. So both lots have water, both lots have power. And initially when I did this, I thought this was going to be really simple. I said, well, we had a buyer that wanted to make the whole place into a mobile home park. And I said, I don't want a mobile home park. I don't want to drive by a mobile home park every day. So I said, I need to find different buyers. My real estate agent said, well, in order to get your money out of it, you're going to have to split it into 2 lots. I said, okay, that'd be simple. So I talked to Cody about maybe making 5 lots on a simple subdivision or on a minor subdivision. And Joey pretty much said, you're not going to build a damn thing on that place. And so we said, okay, let's make it real simple. So we made it into just divided into 2 lots. We've done everything right. I purchased from my dad, knowing the LUC was in existence, what I could do with the property, what I thought the value was. We had a way to get down to the river. We applied for all the permits. We even went as far as knowing that because director was against me for everything I'm doing, that I needed to cover every base. So we also did a LOMA. We did a floodplain study, another $10,000. We went down there and decided exactly where the flood zone is, where it exists going into the river. And so when we come to apply for the commissioners for our floodplain development study, that we'll have that information in our engineering. So when we do bring water up to the river, we will have all our bases covered. We haven't tried to get away with anything. We're doing everything right. The mistake I made is I got sideways with the director. That's what happened. And I wish that wouldn't have happened, but I did. And so everything we've done right, we've done by the book. We're not asking for anything that the LUC doesn't give us. And I gave you a copy of it. It allows a lot of things. So you could put a crematorium on it. It says specifically you could put a hotel on it. You could put low-income housing. You know, that's what I've been talking to the development company here in town about putting in low-income housing or employee housing or just apartments. You could do all sorts of things. And then when this came up, the regulations, the 2015 regulations specifically state in them that the LUCs don't apply to them. And so those rules don't apply to the LUC. It says it right in it. I gave you that in my documents. It says in there the LUCs remain active, remain active. And then those regulations don't apply. Subdivision stuff is in the LUC also. It says what you can do, how many lots you can create. And so I'm going to give you a little bit of history, and I'm not sure it makes a lot of difference, but our family started this LLC. This commercial retail zoning, we started at Trout Creek up North Fork. So in 1978, we created it when we built the motel of North Fork. I think there's only 5 of these LUCs in existence, I think, and they were all related to our family. And my dad got this one afterwards. So this one came in after the original ones that we did on family property. So we're very aware of it. The house that I sold to Brian Squirk, our county attorney, also had the same zoning. He's dealt with it day after day. And so if Joy went up to Brian Squirk's office and said, hey, tell me about this LUC, he could take 10 minutes because he's dealt with it his whole life when he was doing everything. And you guys dealt with it with the wild campground. It's the same LUC. And it's specific. And so those rights that are granted in that LUC, Joy, the director, cannot stand. She doesn't want them. She wants to eliminate them. And so I don't know whether it's for purpose of delaying everything to try to get me to stop until she creates a new land use plan that she can try to eliminate these LUCs. I don't know what the purpose is, but it's against my personal property rights, and this is what I expected to happen, and it just not happened. And it's happening very unfairly. You know, 5.5 months from the time she tells us, no matter what you do, I'm going to deny it. And it says right in those emails that she says that. 5.5 months. And your regulations, I mean, everything's written so people can get justice and get things fixed early enough so it doesn't cost people a fortune. It is costing me a fortune. And I don't mean to get so uptight about it. It's you know, property rights are very important to me. And I think that everybody knows, and everybody in this room, I know they're important to you. And the state of Wyoming, they're important to me. And I want to point out one case, and it's a very case on point, and it's about whether or not counties can use regulations or land use plans as things to limit use on property. And that's what she's doing. She's using the 2015 regulations, a paragraph that makes no sense whatsoever in this situation. I mean, I understand when that thing was written, that if you have a lot that's all hillside, And it has no water and no way to build on it, and it's just crazy. Why would you want to subdivide it? It makes sense. You wouldn't. We're not wanting to build on the river. People don't build on the river in that canyon. You don't build any of that stuff. We're developing the top part, flat part that has water. It's going to have irrigation. It's going to have potable use. We went to the city. We provided a 75,000 gallon tank that has a nozzle so the fire department can hook onto it. So we're providing fire protection. That's why they're approving everything we're doing. We've dealt with that. There's no issue on fire protection, city rules, water, sewer, none of that stuff. All we're doing is working on the top. We don't want to go down to the bottom there. I mean, do roll off those hillsides. I mean, nobody's denying that. But we're going to dig a trench down to the river and put in a pump and pump water up to another building, which will transfer water from that building to the other building back and forth, depending on the treatment that we're doing. Right now, the treatment facility has 3 different systems. It has a water filtration system. It has a regular irrigation system, so you can run this irrigation water. And it has a hydrogen peroxide system. It's a very new modern system where you add hydrogen peroxide to the water and it gets rid of all the excess iron and all the smelt stuff that could be in that water. So we've done a lot of work to make everything right as far as usable in the future. But at this point, because we're doing everything slowly and meticulously and doing it well, I wanted the ability to be able to sell half the property, or even both of them, just 2 different pieces. But anyway, I kind of want to sidetrack on this case here, and I'd be happy to give you a copy. It simply says that regulations and land use plan cannot be used to control zoning. Only zoning can, and it's very specific. And so, by using the process of the regulations to eliminate me from doing anything on that property is unconstitutional. So all her actions that have been completely arbitrary and capricious, definitely go. I mean, this case goes directly against what she's trying to do, and she is causing harm. And these delays are absolutely awful. So I think I covered everything. I thought I had it all in the paperwork, and I probably did. I think I'm probably saying way too much here, but I just wanted to point out when they were talking about this, that there's no water, there's a water issue they got to deal with, different engineering aspects. And I asked that if you choose to accept what I'm saying and not allow her denial, I would ask that you don't have to make a motion of it or whatever it is, but I'm sure that because of her denial letter, and it said that she wasn't going to deal with the LUC issue, which honestly should take a day. But this is the purpose to delay, and that's all it is. And I wish you privately would go to her and say, enough of this, just enough, because nothing is happening in that office. There's been weeks. I've talked to Cody, and I said, we need to get this back in there. We've been trying to call that office for 2 weeks, and because they're working on the land use plan, they're not talking to anybody. And that just doesn't work for people who are trying to do things. And so, because she decided to break this into 2 pieces and waste your time, I believe that no matter what we do, and no matter what you say, she's going to come back and say, okay, we're going to take away your zoning, and then we're going to appeal again. We're going to be back in this process. And then when we get rid of that, she's going to say something else, and we're going to be back in this process. And I think it'll keep going on and on.
Okay, we need to keep moving due to our schedule too. So
Okay.
I need to find out if there's anyone else in the room that wants to speak to this for the public hearing portion. Anybody else have any comments from?
Madam Chair, I'd like to respond.
Okay, if there's no other comments, Ms. Hill.
I think we can sit together. We don't hate each other. So I have a couple points of clarification. So first of all, it is not a true statement that I said he can do nothing and that I will never give him a permit for anything. That's absolutely not true. And it's evidenced by there's already permits on the property. There's a house on the property. There's storage structures on the property. There's a septic system on the property. So that's just not true. John has come to our office on several occasions seeking permission to put several things on the property. More recently, there was a campground proposed. The reason the campground didn't go through was because John would have had to go through site plan review. So a lot of people have a misconception about LUCs that because it's commercial retail, you just get to do anything you want and you don't need a permit for it. But that's not what it is. It's just zoning. That's all an LUC is. Just like GR5 is zoning, just like residential, it's all just zoning. You still need permits to do things under zoned lands. So that is not a true statement. As for the hearing date, I did not set the hearing date. As for property rights being very important, I totally agree. Property rights are very important, especially here. People are proud of their property. They're proud for their freedoms. But we are also here for the health, safety, and welfare of the public. That is your charge by state statute. That is my job to administer that and to make sure that we're following those guidelines. And subdivisions are by statute, and our rules are allowed by statute. And so I'm just following our rules, which to me is very clear in that paragraph why we're even sitting here today. As for fire water, I don't know about the water treatment, 75,000 gallons. I've spoken to the fire chief here. He has big concerns about water delivery for fire. Maybe he's not aware of this system. I'm not sure. In speaking with him and the state engineer about the water right that has been granted, they both agreed that the water that has been allotted to this right is not enough water for fire water. Granted, if there's a storage system in place, that could possibly answer that question. He mentioned that the LUCs are active and the regulations do not apply, and that is simply not true. Again, an LUC is nothing more than zoning, and it tells you the types of uses you're allowed to have, but those uses still need to be permitted accordingly. So you could still have to go through the building permit process or the site plan review process, depending on the size of the use. He mentioned the water wells. I do recall there was a well for the home, which is what's serving that home. But again, it's not clear whether that well would be adequate to support commercial development. And there's been lots of discussions on this property, hotels, multifamily residential. I mean, it's kind of gone all over the place in just my short time here. And so it's what could possibly go out there and what is going to be required by the fire marshal for water. Those are all big questions. I think really I just wanted to clear the air and just say that, John, this is not personal for me. I try to keep my personal out of it. I just am strictly looking to the rule, health, safety, and welfare. I've walked down that road or the access, as he calls it. I have real concerns about that. And again, whatever this board decides, I would just hope that whatever is required will include a geotechnical review. And he mentioned the LOMA. So while I understand that a LOMA request has been submitted to FEMA, I don't have anything saying that it was approved. But in any case, even if the LOMA does go through and a portion of the property is removed from the floodplain, at this point, that's not the highest of my concerns. It's more the slope. So
I do have a question for you. When it comes to subdivision, simple, minor, major, because of the proximity to the city limits, do we still have anything with city review?
yes.
Even on a simple?
So by state statute, the city shall review,
Okay.
But we don't have to await their approval or denial.
Okay, but they do have the opportunity to
Yes.
take a look at it. Okay. Just wondering.
And I did speak with the city because I was curious about bringing water out there.
Yeah.
And of course, it's expensive.
Mhm.
John was right.
I understand that. Are there any other comments from the public?
I'll say a couple of things here.
Okay.
Property stuff, all these things that she's bringing up. I understand that there some of them are reasonable. And those things will be dealt with when you do go in to decide what the proper use is. The way all these discussions are going is that there's only one use on this property. That, I mean, if this property was just residential property, then the question would be, okay, so what are you doing for all these residences and what's happening on the property? If we don't do a simple subdivision, if we just leave it the way it sits, I can apply whether I can build 3 or 4 different businesses every single year, or 3 or 4 vacation homes every year, or a crematorium, maybe next year. Put in some mobile homes another year. I mean, I could do this and spread it out, and all these uses that are available under the LUC, which she doesn't deny. Then during every one of those permits, I would apply and I would get a building permit. I always know that, or I wouldn't have applied for all these permits. The permits are required under the LUC. Site plans are not required under the LUC, and I have examples of that from prior directors. Ken Marker, I've done several of them. I actually did a subdivision at Trout Creek under the LUC, so I know that process also. I'm not denying that you have to go through certain processes, that people just can't go do something on a whim.
Okay.
But if two pieces of property are more dangerous because of that slope than one piece of property, it makes no sense to me whatsoever.
Okay, we have about 2 minutes left in this time frame. We do have another public hearing at 10:20.
Okay.
So we do have to either continue this or have a decision. So
Madam Chair, can I just quickly clarify something? You can't just keep putting use after use after use on the property. As you know, you're allowed 2 principal uses on a property before you have to subdivide. So if John wanted to put a hotel and multi-family, he would have to eventually subdivide to have those other uses, and that's just part of our rule. So.
okay,
Can I take up that? The LUC specifically says something about that, and it accepts, and all you have to do is read this. LUC is real clear. It says that all accessory uses, which means every next use, can be multiple. There can be as many as you possibly want. It does not limit uses on that property. And if you read that very carefully, she'd know that. Maybe she hasn't even read it yet.
I read it.
any other public comment?
Madam Chair, I move to close public hearing.
The move to close the public hearing,
Second.
moved and seconded to close the public hearing. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, the public hearing is closed. It's the wishes of the board.
Madam Chair, I know that we really don't want to delay this any farther, but personally, I would like to review documents further before I make my decision.
Where I'm at.
So. Okay. Do
That's
we
me. I mean, you guys do what you want, but I don't
need a
know.
motion to delay the decision?
We don't need a Madam Chair. I do not believe we need a motion to delay the decision. We can render our decision at a later date.
Okay.
And I would suggest that we, in order to expedite it, I mean, it's been going on quite a ways, that we
Yes,
make a decision at our next meeting in February.
February 7th?
it's not because I'm dragging things out.
No.
And it's, I'm Madam Chair, just
Complicated.
along with Commissioner Teal, we received the packet. We've also received testimony, and I would like time to evaluate the testimony received today.
Madam Chair, I just would like to add, being the rookie, I gotta get more knowledge on this.
Okay, look up a little bit more. We have time on February 7th. Can you get a time to us so they are aware of what time that we will probably put that? Cody can check with you, but if you check on that, please. Thank you. Okay, so we will put it on the agenda for February 7th. We will do our homework as best we can in between there, but we will have a decision for you that day. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Who would I give the copy of that?
Seven. Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. I'll get copies. Okay, the next thing on our agenda is a public hearing for the amended plat of Hedrick Springs, simple sub number 225. Yep, Jenny. Oh, and Kim. You don't want to do this one on your own?
No.
Okay, Mr. Delavan, if you would like to.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is a partial vacation and it's amended plat. This is for the Hendrick Springs Simple Subdivision 225. And we're talking about the open space. This property is in the GR5 zoning district. The applicant is Beth McElmary and the planning area is North Fork. We received an application for this from Ms. McElmary on December 16th of last year, and included a copy of the amended plat and payment. And then we received a revised copy of the amended plat on January 19th of this year. And you see a copy of that revised plat, that is figure 1. And so the requested action is approval of this amended plat. And it will partially vacate and it will alter the open space. That open space was required at the time of the approval of this original final plat for the simple subdivision. And that original simple subdivision, well, the original final plat of the simple subdivision is in figure 2, Madam Chair. And then we have, under the requested action, we reference this note 3 that was in that original final plat. In that note, which you had a chance to read, it talks about the zoning had been changed from GR35 to GR5. It had talked about the open space being required, and along with that, a condition that no more than 9 lots, including any exempt parcels, be created. So this amended plat then will create a newly configured open space, basically just moving the open space, changing the size a very small amount, and that's in accordance with note 4 of that original final plat, where it talked about the open space should be out, or the open space outside of the simple subdivision lots may change, provided it remains at least 33.5 acres. And that is the proposal right now, that it changes in size, but now it becomes 33.5 instead of what it currently is, which I believe is 33.9. History: on June 4th of 2014, by resolution 2014-22, the commission approved the zoning map amendment, changing this property from GR35 to GR5. That property was 36.5 acres, rezoned as to GR5, with the condition that one half of the 67-acre parcel, which is now known as the Hendrick Springs Simple Subdivision, and the exempt parcel, part of that, one half of that 67 piece be set aside as open space, and no more than 9 lots, including any exempt divisions, be created and developed on this 67-acre parcel. I'm sorry, I keep saying 37, on the 67-acre parcel. The plat of this simple subdivision was approved in September of 2014 in resolution 2014-45. Created a 2-lot simple subdivision, left an exempt remainder parcel, 49.29 acres. At that time, in accordance with the conditions, this 33.9 acre open space was created. And some of that open space was on lot 1 and lot 2, which were created by that simple subdivision final plat. The rest of the open space was in the exempt parcel. Madam Chair, also, we're counting numbers, to make sure we don't go above that 9. So as a result of the creation of the simple subdivision, we count 3 pieces that were created, 2 lots in the subdivision and an exempt remainder. And we'll get to the 6th there in a minute, which you have that map in front of you. The ownership of this property is Western Lease Co. Current ownership. I mentioned figure 1 is the amended plat. Figure 2 is the original final plat. The location of this property is shown in figure 2. It's approximately 50 miles west of Cody. It's a 1/4 mile south of Stagecoach Trail. It's on Hendrick Spring Road. In terms of site characteristics, you can see in figure 3 what the site characteristics are. Figure 3 is a topo map. The 49.29 exempt parcel is currently vacant, unirrigated land, Hendrick Spring Road goes through that parcel and terminates at a residence, which is 1.38 acres, and that's in the very southwest corner of the figure you see in figure 2. That's where that 1.38 acre parcel is located. So there were, I'll just mention now, you may know this, there were 3 parcels really that existed before the simple subdivision was created. Lot 1 of the simple subdivision is developed with a permitted residence and a septic system. Lot 2 is currently residential vacant land with a small permitted structure in the southeast corner. You can see in figure 3 that the terrain is very hilly. There's ridges and bottoms, mostly running north to south. The property does gain elevation approximately 200 feet going from north to south. There is a pond in the northwest corner of the exempt remainder. There is a stream that runs through the property. Essentially, it flows south to north. And also through the exempt remainder and along the west boundary of Lot 2 and through a portion of Lot 1. Already mentioned open space. A part of that is on Lot 1 and Lot 2. But again, the majority of that is on the exempt parcel. In terms of neighboring land use, in figure 3, we show a map showing the neighboring land use. Current use of the exempt parcel Lot 2 is residential vacant. However, I already mentioned that Lot 1, they both do have some development on them. And I will mention, Madam Chair, that the applicant does plan to create 3 family exemptions. You can see them, they're at the bottom of this parcel. You can see them in figure 4. With this process, of course, if this amended plat is to be approved, they will go through our office for the process of the family exemptions. But we do want to mention the family exemptions because our understanding is creation of those family exemptions is the reason for moving the open space, because that open space currently almost has 2 legs at the bottom of this property. Those are going away, and that open space is shifting a little bit to the north and to the west. As a result, these family exemptions, should they be created, they will not be in that open space. Jenny handed you a map showing 6 pieces of 6 lots that will be created. So 2 of those are the 2 lots in the simple. One is that exempt remainder. And then should these family exemptions be created, 3 more would be 6. We're keeping track of that because the conditions are no more than 9. That explains the 6 and the 9. I'll finish with figure 4. BLM managed land is to the northeast. There's some residential pieces to the north, residential to the west, and residential vacant to the northwest, and to the south agriculture land. Madam Chair, so this Hendrick Springs simple subdivision and exempt parcel located now within a GR5 zoning district. We asked this to be a partial vacation of an existing plat because one of the examples of requiring, or when a partial vacation is required, is when you adjust the boundary lines between platted lots and adjacent unplatted parcels, or revising building envelopes or revising notes shown on the plat. To us, this requires a amended plat because the applicant is asking basically the boundaries of this open space, which to us is a big part of this simple subdivision. They're asking those to be changed. So our conclusion was this should go through the amended plat process. Amended plat process, then I'm towards the bottom of page 7. Of course, there are fees, and we require a draft amended plat. Those things have been provided to us. The planning director determined a public hearing is necessary due to potential impacts to the lot owners in Hendrick Spring simple subdivision 225, because that open space benefits and is shared by the owners of those 2 lots. And even though the portion of the open space that's in those 2 lots is not going to change. We thought a public hearing was necessary in this case. Notices when the Cody Enterprise on January 10th and January 17th as required. On January 9th, we sent out that certified letter to neighboring property owners. We shared the staff report with you, with the applicant's representative. Prior to today, we notified different agencies. The treasurer was notified. They told us that first half of property taxes are paid. Second half is due in May of this year. Game and Fish responded initially. Regarding the subdivision and the designation of open space. We shared that change with them. And then Wyoming Game and Fish responded saying that this property is in mule deer critical winter range. They said open contiguous spaces threatened in the North Fork. Game and Fish told us that this shift in open space a little bit north and east from the original location will move the open space away from contiguous open space that is occurring along the southeast border. And so they said that would most likely result in some fragmentation in relation to mule deer habitat. That was their response. Public Works, we originally had not gotten a response from them. We did get a response just yesterday. And Public Works said they don't have any comments regarding this amended plat or family exempt parcels. They said neither will trigger a subdivision review or an application to Road and Bridge. They did say a portion of the roadway past Hedrick Spring Road, which I assume they mean towards the south of this property and then up the east side, will need to be named once 3 or more addresses are using the roadway or if they see potential for more development. So that is Public Works comment, Madam Chair. We've not received a response from Wheaton Pass. This property is not in any overlay district. We've not had any public comments. However, we did have a landowner visit with us and they asked clarification on the proposed amendment. We did have a plat review committee that met on January 18th of this year. There were some minor changes that were addressed and made, and then we got the amended plat, the revised amended plat on January 19th. Again, Madam Chair, the owner of the exempt parcel is required to sign the amended plat. Again, the open space is altered within the exempted part only, and it will remain unaltered within the boundaries of the 2 subdivision lots. And again, the open space as altered will become 33.5 acres. And now it's 33.9. However, 33.5 does comply with the open space requirements condition with the approval of Hendricks simple subdivision. And again, we mentioned that 3 exempt subdivision lots, family exemptions are being planned. And we said, should this amended plat be approved and following the filing of appropriate documentation for the family exemptions, the resulting number of lots, including an exempt parcel, will be 6. And again, the restriction is no more than 9. We have findings of facts, Madam Chair. We have some photographs, and we're happy to answer questions.
Okay. And the staff recommendations.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes,
Okay.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I'm out of the habit. Yes, Madam Chair. We recommend approval of this amended plat of Hedrick Springs simple subdivision with the open space. And I would like to read the following conditions. One would be the original 67 lot tract shown on the plat of Hedrick Springs simple subdivision as lot 1 and 2 in the exempt parcel, and any further division thereof are subject to the conditions of the final plat approval of Hendrick Spring simple subdivision 225, Board of County Commissioners Resolution 2014-45, and recorded as document number 2014-4651. Immediately following approval and filing of the proposed amended plat, the applicant shall provide to the Planning and Zoning Department the required instruments set forth in Wyoming Statute 185303 and the Park County, Wyoming 2015 Development Standards and Regulations to create the family exempt subdivision parcel shown on the amended plat of Hedrick Spring Simple Subdivision 225 open space to be reviewed and subsequently recorded in the Office of Park County Clerk, and the applicant shall otherwise comply with standards in the Park County development regulations and the minimum subdivision requirements as set forth in Wyoming statute 185306. Thank you. Did I leave anything out, Jim? Anything you want to add?
So,
Okay, Madam Chair, we're happy to answer questions if you have any.
any questions from the board at this time? Hey, this is a public hearing. Is there anyone that would like to make public comment? Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am. I would like to address the chairman,
If you would state your name, please.
Leslie Brummage.
Okay.
My husband and I own the property at 71 Hedrick Spring Road at the very end of the top part of the road.
Go ahead.
The full staff packet was not available to us until Thursday evening last week, so we were not able to provide comments on this application until Friday. I did email a letter to Jennifer,
Yes.
and it's my understanding that the commissioners have received a copy.
Mhm.
I realize that we have a short time left, so I'll make my comments brief. I would just like to state that our main concern with this application is the impact additional utilization of Hedrick Spring Road will have on the road condition. As I mentioned in the letter, Carrie and I have taken the brunt of responsibility for maintaining this road since we've lived there since 1999 and invested a significant amount of time and money in its upkeep. We realize that this is a private road and is not the responsibility of the county, and this is an issue between the residents along that road. However, if the commissioners approve the 3 additional family exemption lots, the road will be subject to additional wear and tear, requiring more maintenance and upkeep to keep it passable, placing a greater burden on Carrie and I to maintain access to our property. Since the full staff report was not available until the evening of the 19th, we request that the commissioners table this topic to allow sufficient time for our attorney to review the documentation and initiate conversations with the applicants and other residents on Hedrick Spring Road about developing a road maintenance plan that will benefit us all.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'd like to make a point of clarification, just so we understand. We are not approving the family exemption lots. That is a state statute and we have nothing to do with family exemption lots. I believe our approval has to do with the changing in the open space location is all we would be approving, which I understand causes the ability for the family exemption lots, but our approval would do with the open space.
So with that in mind, then we would request that you table this topic.
Okay, thank you. Are there any? Yes, sir. If you'd state your name for the record, please.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Richard Silve. My wife and I are our own trust that's immediately adjacent to the west of Mr. Soley's property.
Okay.
So I'd like to pass these out just so you know. And I know time's very important, but I just would like to make a couple of notes here. Because it ties into everything. Oh, yes, I will. Thank you, sir.
I can pass it to him.
There's one down there, and then this other one right here. I'd like to have everybody have a quick look at this one as well, just to show the impact of this.
Okay.
Yeah, I think there's 2 there.
Okay.
Right there.
Yes, thank you.
So, no, that's supposed to be licking the fingers. You know.
That's okay.
Coronavirus. There's one.
Thank
Okay.
Here's one here. And here's one here. There you go. All right, so just to get started, is and tying in with what the last speaker said. So tying in with what the last speaker said, two things come to mind. I got 47 years of experience, and I've played both the prosecutor and the defense and all of these sort of things. We got this final working sheet about 3 or 4 o'clock last Thursday. And since I was invited to the party, I thought I'd try to bring a little bit of insight from both sides of the table, you know, the landowner as well as I came up with this and I'm gonna spare you this. But there was multiple issues that I came up with that through the time I'm gonna give you the Cliff's Notes version of it. And so the first one is let's look at this mule deer document here. So under this condition, and according to the Field and Wild Game and Fish, I just want to make everybody know that this is this is kind of the migratory route of the mule deer up through the existing sub, right? So they're coming off of Korean Williams's ranch, and they move up the subdivision, you know, according to the topo, and this is what they kind of move up to. So the first item is there's a lot. I see a lot of issues with this whole thing, but one of the biggest issues is what could potentially happen. And again, I understand, Madam Chair, that the lots are you know, not your bailiwicky, but changing that open space will provide a significant difference in the migratory patterns of the deer moving through that existing subdivision. And we see it every day when we drive up there. That's one thing for sure. The second thing, and you know, and as a surveyor many years, I can tell you, this just doesn't look right here. If we look at the second document here, where existing right now is the free space, open space that goes around Leslie and Terry's house right now. And I got to tell you, we've been there several years, and Terry and Leslie have been awesome neighbors. Terry runs his tractor down there and plows that road out, you know, every morning, so Leslie can get to work, and even sometimes even more than that. And we try to help Leslie and Terry with the diesel for the tractor. I don't know if anybody else does, but I got to tell you one story. This was last spring after a big snowstorm. Terry was down plowing the road open, and it was kind of late. And I said, Terry, you know what are you doing? I says, this can wait till tomorrow. You're out here, it's late. He says, well, Mr. Soley's not doing well, and I want to make sure that road is open, so that in the event an ambulance or his family needs to get up there, there'll be access up that road. If anybody hasn't driven up, I'm sure Scott probably has, but if anybody hasn't driven up Hendrick Spring Road, it's a pretty steep situation. Everything that Leslie said applies absolutely. I agree with her entirely. And that road is maintained 100% by Terry and his tractor, and that needs consideration. I do believe. So my comments on this whole thing, and this is after studying this for probably 42 hours now, is the Wyoming Game and Fish. They don't like what they're seeing out there, even though we're only doing a partial part of it right now. There is intent. So there's also a lot of very unique tools that the developer in this case, or the surveyors, or a good AutoCAD technician can do with the existing free space. I mean, there's multiple ways of, I probably just in my mind saw 10 or 15 ways that this thing can proceed. Whereas we can look out after the family's interest with their lots as per Wyoming law. We can look out after the mule deer. And of course, very important to, as per Justice Cooley's recommendations of harmony in the neighborhood, we can look after Terry, we can look after Leslie's property. Any questions, anybody? Thank you.
I have a comment.
If you would state your name for the record, please.
That's not the Murray. I'm the daughter of Mark Soley, who owns the property.
Okay, could you come forward so we can hear you better, please? Thank you.
I'm Beth McElmurray, and my father is the one who owns the property. I'm the one who put in the application. He's 96 years old. He wants to be able to have family, still be able to have a piece of property. My kids grew up out there. In fact, you guys live in our old house. So I know about the road. I know the challenges on the road. As far as maintaining the road, when the family members have the property across the creek, we will be helping to maintain the road. And as far as the open space behind your property, nobody's going to be building back there. We're trying to make it so that that is a contiguous space, that everything isn't all chopped up. And with the open space and everything, so that we were trying to make it so that it was made sense. The mule deal will still be able to go through there. There's not going to be any building there. And on the side of your the right-hand side of your lot, it's a hillside and it's a road. Nobody's going to be building there. The deer will still be moving through that area. So I don't understand why the objection to how we have it laid out for the family exemption. I mean, Dad is getting ready to be able to sell his property. He's 96. He's not able to get up and down the roads like he had before when he was younger and put chains on the truck and everything. And so he's wanting to move into town. And so we're trying to make the space so that it's more, it makes sense for an insider to come in also, without having everything all chopped up. So we're trying to do the best we can on that. So that's the comment I have. But as far as the road goes, I understand the road. I understand the maintenance on it. And when family goes across, and I don't know how soon even we should probably be living out there. You know, it'd probably be a while, especially with the construction prices the way they are now. But it's not going to be a ton of people going up and down the road all the time. That's my comment right now.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Any other public comment at the time? Okay.
One question for the last speaker. You said you mentioned your dad. Was he the original applicant for the subdivision creating the open space?
Yes, the open space, he was.
Thank you.
Yeah, and the open space evidently ended up being put on him.
Understood.
Because when he bought the land in 1974, as an owner, you could decide what you wanted to do with your own land.
Right.
And now that's not the case.
I just wanted to confirm that. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you.
May I make one more comment?
Yes, ma'am.
Madam Chair. Our intent is not to prevent the Soley family from accessing their family exemption lots or for selling those properties. I do understand that there is a period of waiting time before a family exemption lot can be sold and then potentially developed by the new owner. That's not our intention at all. Our intention is simply to make sure that the people who utilize Hedrick Spring Road are also responsible for it, and the burden doesn't continue to fall on just us. Whether they intend to develop the property at this point or not, at some point it will be developed. And we need to look towards the future. We've already spent 23 years maintaining that road, and we think that it's time that other residents along the road have some responsibility for it as well.
Thank you. Yes, and if we can keep moving.
Oh, yeah. Well, one more comment, because Mr. Teal brought up another, and just as a background. I've got this May 12th article. It kind of summarizes the whole thing. I stumbled upon it. And I think it kind of helps a little bit, especially anybody that wasn't around for that.
I think I was over here.
You bet.
In 2014, you're probably right.
I remember it well.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
One more time. Any other public comment? Ms. Hill?
Sure. Staff didn't mention it. We are looking at the northeast property we were trying to figure out where the 67 acres came from, and we believe that a boundary line adjustment occurred actually before the subdivision, but it wasn't reflected as having been completed at the time of the subdivision. So there is a possibility that you may want to consider that northeast parcel a number 7, because 3 acres of that 67 or so have all been absorbed into that northeast property. So right now, on the plat, we have 6 lots counted.
Okay.
That was before we understood that a boundary line adjustment occurred. If you do decide that you want to add that, I would like that on the record. And that the plat would need to be amended to reflect that. The reason we would like that on the plat is because it took us an enormous amount of time to piece together the history that had already occurred to come to the numbers we have today, so.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, but that is very interesting that she brought that up, because although I only had 4 days to kind of dig into this, I instantly recognized something being wrong that Jenny and I talked about. And just so you know what she's talking about, is it's like a lot got lost here somewhere.
Okay.
And it's this, I came upon it by accident, but it's this area going right around here, up in this area, and it's 3 point, can you read it? Yeah, it's just 3 point something acres. And it might be another existing lot that just got lost in the shuffle somewhere, so.
Okay,
That was an interesting thing.
Boundary line adjustment, Madam Chair.
okay, but a 3.5 instead of a 5 acre, is that, because this was
Yeah.
GR5?
So it's that little star
I-
area,
I
but
see what it
it's,
is. Yeah.
so I mean, by our
Okay.
definitions and our regulations, it's
True.
an exemption, so, and
Oh,
it was that acreage was part of what they
The-
defined as the 67 acres.
okay,
But now it's been added to that
Mhm.
that piece that's just west of it.
west of,
Mhm.
Yeah.
okay,
And it kind of happened concurrently with all the zoning map amendment and the subdivision.
okay. Any other public comment? Hearing none,
Move to close public hearing, Madam Chair.
Second.
been moved and seconded to close the public hearing. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay. Motion passes. It's the pleasure of the board. Whew. You need more time? What do you want to do?
I would recommend more time.
Okay.
There's a lot of moving pieces on this thing.
There is.
I remember, and I was the only one that was here back when it came in front of us for this zoning map amendment. And the open space was created because of the zoning change. It was not open space prior to then, it was created. So all the lots that were in existence prior to this, they weren't benefiting from an open space easement because it didn't exist. So it has not been open space. It wasn't open space until 2014. And I remember Mr. Solly bringing it in front of us, and he was accepting and wanting to keep open space, and so he agreed to create this one. So there's a lot of moving parts. I for one would, hey, we just punted on another one. I guess we could punt on this one. So next meeting, or
The commissioners all concur to do a little bit more research and answer this one on February 7th. Also, I don't want to delay it any longer than that, but give us a little time.
Madam
Ms. Hill?
Chair, I just wanted to make a point of clarification. So you have closed the public hearing,
Yes,
which means you do not accept additional public comment.
yes,
And the reason I'm bringing that up is because I don't know if anybody's planning to bring additional comments. So
right.
if there was the intent to bring additional information, you would have to reopen the hearing. So
Right.
mentioning that.
Okay. Okay, we will get a time on February 7th that we will have an answer. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, commissioners.
7 p.m.
7 p.m. Hopefully not that bad. It's getting deeper though. You can have a couple
I
of
did.
break if you need one. You had a break.
when was that next? When we're gonna read this?
February 7th. Okay, take a real quick break. The next couple are kind of staff oriented. They're not public hearings, so we're okay. If you need a break, go.
Yeah, they're fine.
I have a couple questions on this one, because I agree with
Okay.
Main line. Will this, if it were.
This amends what's there in those family connections.
Solely with the. Open space. Yeah, we can see all.
Not against exemptions.
But it means,
All we can buy is open space. But at least that's a main.
so when we made that road maintenance, we can't.
Whenever you're ready. Next thing on our agenda, turn my page over. Ann can't be here today, so we'll have Carmen McIntyre, Powell Clark Sport Conservation District on sediment project update.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners, for allowing me to come speak to you guys today to provide an update on the Willwood Work Group 2 and Work Group 3 activities in the last year or two. What you'll find is a copy of what I'm presenting. I'll try to run through this quickly. And at the end, I have a link to a website you can go to look at a story map that contains this information and a lot more that I won't really have time to cover today.
Okay.
So again, just a background. I think most everyone is familiar at this point. Back in 2016, Willwood Dam had an unintentional sediment release that caused quite a bit of damage to the fisheries and adjacent riparian areas. And so there were 3 work groups that were formed at the request of the governor at that time. The first working group is no longer active. They were charged with the initial cleanup and response. Work Group 2, which is led by David Waterstreet, who is the watershed program manager for DEQ, leads that group. They're tasked with working with Willwood Irrigation District to examine dam operations and look for ways that they can improve those operations. And also looking at the dam itself and alternatives that they're exploring as far as future operations of the dam or other ways that we can get continued water to the district if it turns out that the repairs that are needed to the dam are really not feasible. So they're tasked with working with the irrigation district to look at those things. Work Group 3, which is now known as Shoshone River Partners, is the group that I'm more involved with. I'm currently the chair of that group. And what we're tasked with doing is looking at the sources of sediment upstream of the dam. So what I wanted to go over with you guys today were those bullet points there, just some updates on improvements to the fisheries that we're observing through the data, modifications that Willwood Irrigation District have made to their operations in the last few years, some of the work that's gone into better understanding the sediment dynamics at the dam, looking at options for improvements as far as how they manage flows at the dam, and then lastly, more of the work that I'm associated with the watershed steering group. In case you're interested, both work groups meet on a regular basis. Work Group 2 primarily meets via conference calls. They meet once a month, as does Work Group 3. Work Group 2 looks like they typically meet the first Friday of every month, and I try to attend most of those meetings as I can. Work Group 3, also, like I said, known as Shoshone River Partners now, meets the 3rd Tuesday of every month from 1 to 2 p.m. Okay, going into some of the fisheries improvements that we've seen, and this is information that was compiled by Game and Fish, who is a big partner in this effort. The first thing I wanted to note was that in the spring of 2021 and 2022, based on the survey data that they collected, they're estimating that there's over 700 pounds of trout per mile, and this is in a 3.4 mile stretch below the dam. And this is the first time that they've met their fisheries management objective since 2009 for that part of the Shoshone River. Also, since 2018, which was a big water year for us, the higher flows essentially helped flush some of the sediment that was remaining in that area as well. And so they also noted that there is an increased number of trout per mile as well. And so definitely seeing some improvements in the period since that release in 2016. Of course, we like to think that part of that is based on the efforts by the irrigation district and DEQ to look at ways that they can manage the sediment releases better, but also understanding too that, again, we did have some good water years in that time period too that helped us with a natural flushing event, if you will, just to help move that sediment downstream and clear the spawning area. Other things here as far as operating recommendations. This is something that the Willwood Irrigation District, DEQ, Water Development Office, and several other entities that are on Work Group 2 had come up with. And the bullets that you see here in the presentation are some of the things that they've experimented with over the last few years that they have found seems to be working as far as being able to prevent more buildup of sediment behind the dam. And so what they're finding that's working for them is having more gradual fall drawdowns, also keeping the winter pool levels higher. And I think really the key thing with both of those is just Willwood trying to manage it such that the pool level doesn't rise and drop dramatically, so that's not reducing the calving effect of sediment behind the dam. And so they've really put a lot of focus in that, and it seems to be working for them. And then also the controlled sediment releases that they've partnered with BOR on as well. The last big event that I think they had was April of 2021, which may be on another slide. But what they were doing with that is basically experimenting with the amount of flow that would be needed to essentially flush a sediment release downstream and have it dissipated enough so that it wasn't impacting the fisheries downstream. Again, I just mentioned that event in the previous slide. They've also, DEQ and their partners have also worked with Willwood Irrigation District to come up with a number of internal reports, just basically examining how they can improve operations, what they can try to see what might work, based off of the success of the flushing flow events as they're known to us. They came up with this opportunities to improve sediment mobilization at Willwood Dam report after the 2021 event. And I believe that they are currently having some initial conversations with the BOR about the possibility of doing that again this spring. Of course, it'll depend on what the forecast looks like for water, but that is something that BOR has expressed an interest and a willingness to partner with them to do again. The USGS, I think you guys are probably aware, DEQ and USGS had had set up a monitoring site downstream, above and below the dam, and had been that equipment had been in operation for, I think, 4 years, and it was pulled out in October of 2021. And currently the USGS is in the process of compiling all of the data that's been collected through that equipment, through the bathymetric studies that have been done, through some of the sediment sampling that we have done through work group 3 on tributaries. And he's compiling all this work into one big scientific report to summarize what has happened and to make recommendations to DEQ for them to then incorporate into their findings as well and their input to Willwood Irrigation District. And so we're expecting that USGS report to be completed late 2023. And so we'll come back in if you guys are interested and present on that too. The other thing, as far as some of the studies that work group 2 has been involved with, we had a graduate student that had completed a fisheries study a couple of years ago, and that is something that's included in this story map that I'm going to direct you guys to at the end of this presentation. But again, a lot of effort has gone into this and just trying to figure out how to manage these releases, but also protect the fisheries as well. And then lastly, as far as evaluating options for improvements, there was a 2021 Bureau of Reclamation inspection report that was completed, and we essentially took that report, went over that with the irrigation district, and then discussed the idea of going into water development and requesting funding to complete a level 2 feasibility study. And that study will look at, again, alternatives for the dam, looking at the cost of what it would take to perform some of the repairs that are needed on the dam versus an alternative diversion. And so, of course, we're waiting on that to know if it is funded, but it does look like at this point that it will be. It's just basically working through the legislature right now.
So it's in the omnibus water bill.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep, it is. And then, let's see, lastly, I think that was my last bullet there. The alternatives analysis report, again, that's another document the DEQ came up with through working group 2. And this is basically, it's more of a preliminary report and something that the consultants that are selected for this feasibility study will be able to take and go from there. It's more of a launching pad for them. Okay, were there any questions on work group 2 updates before I move into work group 3?
Just one question, Madam Chair. You talked about the higher winter pool levels. Is that above the dam or below the dam?
Above.
Okay.
Okay, work group 3 updates. Again, for us, our main focus is to look at ways of reducing sediment loading to the Shoshone River above Willwood Dam. And with the watershed plan that was developed back in late 2019, it consists of 4 components: administration, outreach and education, data collection, project planning and implementation. There is a story map link for that as well. It contains a ton of information, a ton of reports and data. And if anyone is interested in looking at that, it is getting a little bit dated. So I think we're going to have to go back and revisit that this year, but I'll be happy to give you the link for that as well. The administration part, just to point out quickly, that's really more us looking at what it is that we need to accomplish those other tasks. So that's largely coordination efforts with our stakeholders, pursuing grant funding, a lot of planning efforts in general. And this here is a logo that we came up with this past fall for the group. Again, really, we wanted something besides work group 3 as a name, something that was maybe more relatable and would help us gain visibility with the public as we're trying to move more into implementation and making sure that people understand who we are and what it is we're doing. So hopefully, as we're getting out there more, that name will resonate more than work group 3.
Sure. Okay.
As far as monitoring updates, so work group 3 over the last several years has really tried hard to come up with a stratified data set for sediment sampling on tributaries to the Shoshone River. And at this point, where we're at is that we've tried to collect 5 samples during ambient conditions, during precipitation conditions, both during irrigation season and non-irrigation season. And we've completed the data set for the most part. Really, all that we're lacking right now is being able to collect rain and snow melt conditions in non-irrigation season. So we're just about there. If we can continue to get some more snow events over the winter before the next irrigation season, I think we'll have that wrapped up. And then the other big monitoring component that we've been involved with in the last 2 years has been installing cameras along these tributaries. And this really helped us in terms of capturing photographic information, where a lot of times it seems like these events will happen on a Friday night, early in the morning, the times where it's hard for us to get out and collect samples. And so this is really the supplemental information for us so that we can get an idea of when these tributaries are going off and what the conditions are like relative to other tributaries when we're looking at that in relation to rain or precipitation data for this area. As far as, and this what I have here is just one example of some of the pictures that we pieced together for Sage Creek. Sage Creek, Sulphur Creek, and Dry Creek are the 3 drainages that the watershed group has targeted right now in terms of seeing the most sediment loading, and that's where our efforts are really targeted right now in terms of trying to look at ways we can reduce that impact. And so this is just an example of a time series of photos that shows when we had a precipitation event. You can see, maybe not there, but maybe in the photos that you have in front of you, you see the creek start to become discolored. You see the rise in water, and you can see the date at which it's subsided again. And so again, this is really helpful information for us to go along with the sediment data that we're collecting. As far as outreach activities go, we have participated in a number of events over the last 2 or 3 years. I think easily at least 3 dozen. We do a lot of presentations for civic clubs. We go to the annual irrigation district meetings just to provide updates to them and make sure we're keeping an open line of communication with everybody. And then just other events too. We also participated in the Great Dam Days as well, and some of the farmers markets here locally. Again, I mentioned the logo development. You guys have seen that. One of the things we have coming up this spring will be to develop a series of short video clips, just highlighting some of the things that we've been involved with as a watershed group, as well as highlighting some of the things that Work Group 2 has been involved in as well. Because I think the public, if they saw the information that I just presented on some of the fisheries improvements that we're seeing, I think it would be really encouraging for people to know that. Sure. As far as project implementation and planning, we have quite a few things going on, and I really feel like we're just ramping up, to be honest. 2 of the projects that we've initially been involved with, which are smaller scale projects, but still important nonetheless, have been installing some vegetation test plots out in an area of Diamond Basin where there's a former bentonite mine that had been reclaimed, but they didn't have the topsoil needed at the time to properly reclaim it. And the standards were different at that time. That was definitely well before my time too. So I don't know that I could get into the weeds on that, but we have a situation where there's roughly 10 acres that looks like what you're seeing there on the screen. And so we went out and worked with the BLM, got their permission to install a series of test plots using different erosion control measures and different combinations of those measures. And so what we're trying to do is see what combination seems to be the most effective. And then we would go back and work with BLM to determine next steps for trying to reclaim the greater 10 acres. The test plots that we have out there now are just under an acre in total. So what you see here, the sunflower, that was actually one of the things that was in the seed mix that we planted. And we just completed the year 1 evaluation in October of last year. And again, there's still quite a ways to go, but it was really encouraging to see that we had a variety of grasses coming up. And we're starting to see bee plants, sunflowers as well. And what we're seeing is that we're having more success where we have things like the erosion control blankets and straw wattles that are able to help catch enough of the soil material for these things to take root. And so this will be an ongoing process, but we're hoping that as these things become more established out there, hopefully we'll see an exponential growth in the amount of vegetative cover over the next few years. The beaver dam analogs, that was another project that we partnered with Game and Fish, BLM, the local TU chapters, Nature Conservancy, and both conservation districts to complete. There were 12 beaver dam analog structures that were placed back at the end of September of 2022 on BLM land. And we're just now, with that being recent, we're just now getting to a point where we'll be observing how that's impacting the water table for that area. And we're hoping to go back in and introduce some cottonwoods and some willows and try to restore the riparian habitat there. Let's see, as far as the non-improved roads, so I went out with Game and Fish at the end of August and October, and basically did a survey of a part of the road system on BLM land in that drainage, and we identified quite a few project opportunities there. More of them were more safety concerns, and so we did speak with the BLM and provided them the coordinates for those locations, but we did end up with at least 5 or 6 projects that we feel like would be good candidates for reducing sediment loading from some of the trails that are out there. And the picture that you see in the lower right is actually on private land. Now we have a really good dialogue going with the landowner, and he's very open to working with us and State Trails to come in and remove that culvert and do some other improvements in that area as well. And that's adjacent to where some of our other work is going on in the Sulphur Creek drainage. Moving along quickly with the Water Development Commission and our work with them in the irrigation districts. So at the same time, we were working with Willwood Irrigation District to submit a level 2 application. We also approached Lakeview and Cody Canal, and just basically sat down and looked at what their priorities were, some of the priorities that we had as a watershed group, and came to an understanding and gained their support and willingness to submit an application for level 2 study for projects that I think would benefit both them and the watershed group as well. And so those are on the same timeline as Willwood Irrigation District. And we're hoping that those will be approved for funding as well this year. Currently with Lakeview Irrigation District, we've been working with them, Game and Fish, TU, and the NRCS on a siphon replacement and fish screen project. I think combined, we're looking at something like 2.8 million for that project. It's not so much a sediment reduction project as it is just partnering with them and their willingness to work with us to reduce fish entrainment along the South Fork there. And we're happy that they're willing to work with us and partner. So we're hoping that building that relationship will lead to even more projects down the road. And then lastly, as far as projects go right now, I did meet recently with Philip Bowman with the city, and we were able to pursue some funding through FEMA to help assist with the updates for the stormwater master plan. So definitely excited about that and looking at how we can plug into that and identifying water quality improvement projects as well. These are just some pictures I wanted to show you guys. I know there's a lot of words in this presentation. It's kind of just wanted to end on a good note with you guys to show you some of the photos from the sites that I was just discussing. This is Sulphur Creek. This is where we were installing the Beaver Dam analogs. This is a close-up of one right here. So you can see how when we're having high water events, how it's going to help spill the water out over the floodplain. And again, hopefully bring the water table up to a point where we can reintroduce more woody vegetation in that area, which would help with bank stability. We also installed a fence around the perimeter. It's a gated fence. And so the permittee for that allotment will still have access, but we're coordinating with them and the BLM to manage that particular part of their allotment to allow for some additional protection for the vegetation we're putting in and let it become established. And then these are just some examples of some of the issues that were observed when we were looking at erosion and safety concerns for some of the trails in the Sulphur Creek area. Now we've been working with State Trails, BLM, again, and the landowner to make plans to address that this summer. And just to end with this, here's the contact information for both myself and David Water Street. The website will take you to the DEQ's webpage for the Willwood Initiative. And if you look at the bottom of that page, there is a link for the story map that I was referring to, where you will find a lot of this information and some additional links to some of the reports that were referenced in this. One of the things I did want to add in conclusion is just to underscore how well DEQ and Willwood are working together. And we're to a point where if there's a spike in turbidity, or Willwood sees something going off, they'll call DEQ. They'll try to troubleshoot what's going on, figure out what happened upstream to cause that. And DEQ works with them as they're tweaking the pool elevation behind the dam. And so really the communication has been great. I think there's definitely a lot more trust within the partners than there probably was initially. And so it's been really great to see. And then also one of the things too, as far as communication goes, that we're hoping to improve upon this year is to coordinate between the irrigation district and all the upstream districts and users to make sure that when they are planning releases, that we're getting the word out to the public and they understand what's happening. And also for irrigation districts upstream to make sure they're touching base with Willwood so that when they're releasing, they know when to anticipate it downstream.
Okay.
So cool. That's all I have for my presentation today. Do you guys have any questions for me?
Anything?
Not a question, but just a comment. It's come a long ways from 2016 when all hell broke loose.
Yes, I think so. There's still hiccups here and there, but I think the group has come a long way. I've been involved since, I'm saying, late 2019, early 2020, and have really just been impressed with the level of commitment of everybody at the table to see this thing through.
Yeah, I echo Commissioner Livingston. You guys are doing awesome work. And I don't want to sound like a damn conspiracy theorist up here, but my concern, which has come to reality, is WOTUS. Are you familiar that waters of the US has been redefined as recently as just the end of December?
Yes.
Where you are going to be moving forward, having to work with the EPA and they as the regulatory agency for waters of the US in anything you do. And any of these waters moving forward, is there any indication that could be a hindrance in permitting or projects, or maybe go down the positive road of funding?
That's a good question. And I would say that we've actually already experienced a slight delay in the permitting timeline than what it had been previous. And that was even last summer, where we had to have a sit-down meeting with the Corps of Engineers and DEQ. And we had, after that meeting where we basically presented the project, which that was the BDAs, the Beaver Dam analogs, we had to wait an additional 30 days before we could formally submit the application. I don't really fully understand.
Well, we don't know how far this is going to go, but we had a presentation in Cheyenne from, I don't remember her exact
EPA
title, but she was in regional for Montana, Wyoming.
Region 8.
And they are the top level above the Army Corps of Engineers as well, and permitting would be done through them.
Right.
Is what she told me. I pulled aside and asked some questions. I'm gonna ask some questions, but at any rate, keep moving forward. You guys are doing great.
Thank you.
I'm just
Thanks.
Thank you.
worried about that, and maybe it'll get rectified here before
Yes, that is
it
definitely something.
causes any more problems, because
Yes.
right here at home, when you're looking at your list, you got the closest people to the problem, fixing the problem. Washington DC can stay the hell out of it. And you can quote me on that.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you very much. Kellyanne, we'll see you soon.
Okay, we'll do.
Thanks.
It was.
Is Ryan out there? Okay. Okay, the next thing on our agenda, Brian Edwards, Ball, Park County Engineer and Public Works on the procurement policy and procedures manual and consideration of an application for EPA recycling grant for Park County Regional Landfill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Starting with the procurement policy.
Okay.
Just for reference, I emailed you the kind of the red line version.
Yes.
As you recall, back in, I think it was 2019, the commissioners adopted a procurement policy for all the departments kind of use as a guide and reference when purchasing and hiring people and that kind of thing. So since that time in 2019, been a few little necessary adjustments. We had something that come up in our audit where on the debarment that we had to correct, and and a few other things that were just clarification type things. And I don't know if you'd want to go through those red lines, but on page 6, if you've got that PDF, that's the department language, and I still need to probably correct that about, like what you said, Dossie, about the purchase.
Okay.
So we need to probably add something about that, to saying that we check that before you enter into a contract or purchase.
Right. The idea is with debarment that we cannot write a check, especially through the ARP money, to anyone that has been debarred by the federal government due to their rules. And my comment was we should probably check that before we get into business with those people, so that we don't end up getting all the work done and then we can't pay them. So I wanted to word it that way.
Sounds like a win-win to me.
True.
I think we can just add a word or two about that. It says in regard to grant funding, each entity will need to be checked for written debarment, suspended vendor, and federal standards of conflict of interest before any funds can be paid out. I think we could say before entering into a contract or agreement and before any funds can be paid out.
Yeah, you can just add a couple words there that
Is that okay, Corey? You can do something like that. Other than that, I mean, kind of on page 9, we have just a notation about the Park County preference, just making sure it's clear that that's in addition to, above and beyond the Wyoming preference. Page 10, just some typographical clarifications. Page 11 about about if you share any information with one vendor or related to purchasing, you share that same information with all, just to keep it open and fair in procurement. And most everything else, I think, is really just some rewording. Trying to think if there's anything else that's significant.
Page 13 has several.
Yeah, page 13 has to do with single source and sole source procurement. It basically says when there's an advantage to the county, single source and sole source procurement options exist. Still, those have to be approved by the Board of County Commissioners when we do that. So that's that language at the bottom. Page 14. That kind of gets into some of the same stuff, written single source justification when the values exceeds 50,000. And then this gives the basis and the reasons for why you would use single source or sole source.
Okay.
A lot of times that comes up IT or, when there's certain things that reasons that you have to keep things consistent with products. Page 15. Again, that was just a reword. I think that came from, Joy Hill when she read it. She didn't like my grammar. So we reworded that.
Didn't change the intent.
No, I didn't change the intent. I think that's the same thing on the signatory authority
Okay.
on page 16. And again, that's a reword of that previous paragraph that's then changed the intent. Little bit of clarification on seller disposal of Park County property, which is basically when something's no longer needed for the intended use. First it's offered to other departments to see if they can use it, and then if it cannot be used within the county governmental structure, then intended for department, then it be offered basically for auction for public, which is kind of what we do already, but just kind of put that in clarification, and then get into the whole asset control sheets, and that has to be signed by the department head or elected official and turned into the clerk's office to be able to track those assets, which everybody pretty much does that. Insurance was again just a reword, nothing, it changed the intent.
Cleaning up the indemnity language. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bonding, same thing there. Just basically making sure we comply with the state requirements on bonding for bid bonds and performance bonds. A couple of definitions edited. That's kind of the highlights. Not anything real major, I think, just. And we shared it with all the department heads and elected officials, and got some input from some and disinterest from others.
Yeah, at the elected officials and department head meetings, we discussed whether there was anything else they wanted to add or change to it, and there were no other comments beyond what we saw here.
Good, so you want to entertain accepting this, and we'll get that recorded and submitted to everybody.
It's a pleasure to board.
Madam Chair, I'd like to, you're requesting a motion to accept the procurement policy for 20 as presented. I so move with. Go ahead.
Second.
Yeah, you can have the call.
Moved and seconded to approve the updates for the procurement policy. Further discussion?
I just want to say, 4 years ago, we had nothing.
Yep.
And you've done a wonderful job putting this together. We knew the first one might find a few little things, and there probably will be an ongoing
work in progress.
But this is, I know some didn't like it, but I think it's got pretty good receiving.
And it's a guide
from all these.
Commissioner Stewart will kind of acknowledge too. I know they have in the sheriff's office had their own.
Right. Yeah, I remember the discussion 3 years ago. What the hell? We're reinventing the wheel here. I think it was from you.
But I think I understand the theory behind this, because it's a lot more detailed than just must buy a car too.
Yeah. And it was something we get asked about it from time to time, like for grant funding and things like that. And if we have one, we may not have to follow their procedures as long as we've adopted our own procurement standards. So that's a good thing to have.
Okay, any further discussion? Have a motion on the floor to approve and update procurement policy as stated. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Okay.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So the second item has to do with our operations. I brought my buddy Travis, my partner in crime, for the landfill related items. So as you know, here in Park County, we have established recycling facilities. For City of Cody has one, and then Powell Valley Recycling has a recycling facility. Then we also partner historically. We've done it the last, I don't know how many years, but several years, have done annual household hazardous waste collection days in Cody and Powell. And we partner with Park County Weed and Pest, with the city of Cody, and with the city of Powell. And those are getting very challenging to try to staff and man and equipment and coordinate. So our thought was we want to try to, we saw this grant funding opportunity, and some other people kind of talked to us about it, which is an EPA grant for infrastructure for recycling. They call it SWIPR, Solid Waste Infrastructure for Recycling. And it's for political subdivisions of the state, so county government would qualify for that. But our idea is that we're really set up as our centralized facility at the Park County Regional Landfill in Cody to basically step up our game a little bit on the recycling. We're already doing recycling there in the work in terms of like large metal recycling, concrete, asphalt. We've got kind of limited composting. But our plan would be to try to have a centralized facility so people could drop off household hazardous waste, recyclable materials through a building. We might have the household hazardous waste like once a month. It just depends on interest. And whereas the recycling would be daily, but we'd have a means to where it basically be a net, no charge for residential customers is what we've got in mind, that it's basically a service that we'd add and then try to recoup the cost through commercial or through, we get pretty good refunds on our metal pile, batteries, some of the other things, but we try to coordinate through the existing recycling programs with Powell Valley Recycling and Cody. We don't have all the details, but we just try to partner with them and just find those markets. There's also some education and training that goes into that, some container storage, some transportation, some equipment. So the proposal that we're looking at, and we don't have all the details worked out yet, would be a maximum project amount. And again, it includes a lot of things, not just the facility itself, but 1.2 million, which so the grant funding has to be a minimum of 500,000, maximum of 4 million to be able to submit and qualify. And then we're offering one of the items, you don't have to have a match or a contribution, but it's part of the scoring. One of the parts is leveraging. And so we were going to try to leverage that with how we split the annual cost, which is about 35,000 a year that we split 4 ways. So we're trying to leverage that as well into the cost. That's the cost of disposal of the household hazardous waste. So anyway, we're offering or proposing to offer 120,000 portion, which would be basically we'd be asking for $1,080,000 part of this grant, which out of our enterprise fund for the solid waste, we try to cover the rest of it. But we're talking a 60 by 80 building, open on both ends where you drive through, you have household hazardous waste storage on one side and the other side's recycle bins and staging and, place in there for a little bit of a lab, where you got to do some testing or whatnot. And we're basing this a lot on a facility we looked up at Sheridan Landfill. They've got a very nice facility.
Do you think that would in any way change our employment needs out there, or if it can be accomplished with the current staff?
Our hope is to be able to accomplish with our current staff. We don't, because where we want to put it is where you come in we come in over the scales and over just by the maintenance shop in that area. So it's pretty visible to the entrance facilities, and we've got a lot of tenants that work that area quite a bit, so they can assist if somebody has something. The household hazardous waste day, we probably have to have somebody there to receive, but again, that might be one Saturday a month or something like that. So we don't anticipate staffing up is the plan.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
So with if we receive this and we go forward, do you see the need to continue having the solid waste day that went in conjunction with? So we would eliminate.
We'd like to eliminate that if we can. It's very popular with the public. We want to try to get this to where we've got a kind of a one-stop drop.
Right.
That basically drop off everything. We haven't got all the details figured out with how we track it, because we want to be able to keep up with the tonnages. We don't want to have to charge for that. So we may have to be logistics of going over to the scale twice, or we have another means to weigh in that building.
Have we
we got details.
Have we visited with Weed and Pest. You know, they were kind of the main promoter of the solid waste day, and they're on board with
Hazardous waste day.
hazardous waste day.
Yeah.
I like
Solid
Call it
waste.
solid waste.
That's all.
Every day.
Every day. Hazardous waste, but I mean, we've been in contact with them and
Travis has
I've
talked
talked
to
with John.
they're good.
Josh and
They like the idea and everything good.
Yeah, he was all for it.
I would imagine, because they were trying to figure out how to continue doing it
Yeah.
themselves.
Yeah, it's just been a struggle. I mean, last year was my first year, but even Josh said.
Yeah.
They've been struggling with just getting people to come help those 2 days.
Right.
You know, it's always a Friday and Saturday, and it's just been getting harder, and then the amount that they're getting on those 2 days is just amazing. It's
Spread it out.
And I think if it was more convenient, we would see even more, quite a bit more, because that's what Sheridan saw. I forget how often they're hauling off material, but it's more than once a month now.
Yeah, because he said when they started theirs over in Sheridan, they were using like a box truck to come get their stuff. And now they're using a full 53-foot trailer to come in and haul off all their barrels.
And it's good, keeping that out of the landfill, that helps us environmentally, our groundwater program, and like I say, it's an added service, and step up our game a little bit. We try to work something out with the local recyclers to where our containers, we don't have the details worked out, but we try to get it to where we can just deliver in a format that's good for them. They can mark it as a whole, and we deliver to them, and maybe they help us coordinate with the household hazardous waste side. We provide the recyclables to them.
And you don't need those details worked out prior to applying.
No,
for the application.
and I'll be honest, it's like everything else, got a lot going. So we're trying to keep it general enough to where we can have some flexibility to figure some things out. But basically the layout of the building, and
Right.
we're talking about probably a forklift type thing to be able to lift and be able to put pallets of drums in and out of these lockers, load them onto the vehicle. So we'll have that in there. Other than that, it's mainly training and containers, that kind of thing, those lockers.
In the building. Okay.
Madam Chair, just mainly for the press, I don't know whether they caught that the match would come from the enterprise fund of the landfills as opposed to taxpayers. With that, Madam Chair, I move to approve the resolution authorizing application for the EPA for the grant and allow the chair to sign.
I'll second that. Just a remark. I like the idea of having a centralized location of the hazardous material. Do you have in maybe an accounting idea on if you're getting less or possibly more? I think that's something to keep an eye on. If you're getting less, then you got people who are just dumping it,
But somewhere else.
because it's going to be too far for them to bring it all in, or it's a pain in the ass. When before they were bringing it over to the fairgrounds or over to the Weed and Pest building. Now, if it's a hassle, they might just start dumping it.
We do have a good accounting, and Travis found it and emailed it to me this morning, but every year they have a good accounting by Powell and Cody of what they collect and what they pick up, pay, total pounds or tons that they haul off. So we'll have that, and then we're going to continue, even though we may not charge for that, we're going to continue to keep track. Part of the program is we'll have to track that. I anticipate everything will go up. Then we'll have quite a bit more. And I know Commissioner Mayfield, you brought up before, and I think it was a good point about, making sure it's still convenient for like the people in Powell and outlier areas. I'm still trying to figure out whether we can come up with some sort of a collection program there to where we can get it and bring it to Cody. There's limitations with when you're dealing with household hazardous materials based on our type of permit at Powell. So we've got some things we got to work out there, but we've got an eye towards that and trying to make it, our idea is to keep it convenient for everybody that wants to use it. So don't have everything worked out yet, but hopefully we'll come up with something. Maybe it's something with Powell Valley Recycling, come up with something.
We have a motion on the floor to approve the application for EPA recycling. Any further discussion? Okay. Grant application. Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion passes. Okay,
You need a resolution.
Yeah, and I've got it here if you, number is it
It would be 03.
03?
So.
Been
okay,
a slow year. so
thank you.
So far.
Thank you. Today.
Yeah, we keep putting it off. All right, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
It only brings me comment.
There you go. There you go. Yeah, you gotta be, you know, something.
Oh, no, you're smart.
There you go.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Next thing on our agenda, commissioners, is an appointment for an unexpired term on the Historic Preservation Committee. And we have an application from Francis M. Scranton to be placed on that board. It's the pleasure of the board.
Madam Chair, move to approve Francis Scranton to our Preservation Committee.
Second.
Moved and seconded to appoint Francis Scranton to the Historic Preservation Committee. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Okay,
Right back on track even ahead of time, Madam Chair.
all right, our agenda then, we are done until 1:15.
Let me take the afternoon off.
No, you're not.
Oh,
You have to go down. Okay.
I just leave a proxy.
No, sir. Yeah,
Got the skibbles.
look,
Brian just gave us.
okay,
Oh, you're signing that one. You don't, I don't have to.
No, just us. You do this for her. You can sign these after lunch.
My
Oh, not that he doesn't give it back. Okay, I think we'll go ahead and get started then. Our 115 agenda item is Dan Marty and Brooks Jordan with Wyoming State Parks and an update on their master plan. So thank you for coming.
Thank you for having us, Madam Chair and members of the commission. We're really happy to be here today and take a few minutes of your time. Thanks again for having us. It's good to see you all again, and it's good to see you in that chair over there. We're going to start. I'm sorry, I'm Brooks Jordan, District Manager with Wyoming State Parks, based out of the other side of the basin over there in Hyattville at Medicine Lodge State Park. And I think all of you already know Superintendent Dan Marty. I'm going to kick it over to Dan for just a minute. He has a few words he'd like to share with you, and then I'll wrap it up with the master plan update.
Okay. Madam Chair and Commissioners, I'm here to tell you guys thank you from Wyoming State Parks. I don't know if it was a coincidence or not, but I appreciate what you guys did from Gibbs Bridge Road over to Stagecoach. I'm going to give a special thanks out to Brian Edwards. I spoke to him about less than a year ago, just told him my concerns about one section of that little road being wet. When you drive through with a two-wheel drive vehicle, you kind of slide off. So he is open to listening to my concerns. And before I knew it, last fall, I heard they're putting culverts in and a new gravel road and everything to your gravel pit and to our area. Used to be called South Shore, but we renamed it Stagecoach area. So that's been a great asset to our park visitors that are visiting state parks. And I'm gonna give all of Park County and everybody that's involved a thank you. So
thank you. Better
late than never in the figure. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll pass that on to him too.
Thank you. I believe most of you are familiar with the fact that we have started our undertaking for a master plan and resource management plan at Buffalo Bill State Park. I'll give you a quick run through of the timeline and then allow an opportunity for you to ask any questions if you have some. Last summer in 2022, we hired on Ayers Associates out of Cheyenne as our consulting firm to guide us through the master plan and resource management plan process for the park. Last fall, we had Ayers team members out for a tour on the ground of the park. We spent a good portion of, a day and a half out on the park, getting to familiarize them with the park itself. Some of them had been here before, a few of them hadn't, so that was time well spent. Shortly after that, in early fall, we had started to assemble a steering committee, of which Madam Chairman has, I'm not sure about gladly participated, but we're happy to have her on board and be representing the county on the steering committee. But we have about 15 people assembled right now on the steering committee, and the good news is that we can have people come and go. So we anticipate more participation on the steering committee itself, but it's represented from a diverse group of people from the community, all of which from Park County. State, federal government, local business, the county level, and a lot of our other partners. On November 14th, we held our first info gathering workshop at the library here in town, and that was a success. We had about 30 people in attendance, which was a little fewer than we had expected, but the weather wasn't so good that night. So we gathered a lot of really valuable information about people's viewpoints about the park, how they use the park, what they'd like to see. And that's still the phase that we're in right now. We're spending a lot of time up front, just listening to the community members and stakeholders. And we're really interested in what they want to see in the park. December 12th, we did hold our first steering committee meeting. I failed to mention Representative Newsom is involved with the steering committee as well. So December 12th, we held our first steering committee meeting. That was a virtual meeting, and we are in the planning phases now for scheduling another follow-up steering committee meeting for sometime in February. Toward the end of this month, we're going to hold, I guess it's almost the end of this month already. So it's more likely going to be early February that we hold the next public info gathering workshop somewhere in town. There's been a few ideas thrown around. Sunlight Sports is a possible venue for their Thursday night. I think it's called Pint Night. Something of the sort anyways. So that's been thrown around as an idea for another info gathering workshop to get some more community input. And then shortly after that, we will hold another steering committee meeting. But the broad picture, and I'm going to read this just to make sure I get it right. The broad picture for the master plan is to provide a planning framework for decision-making at the park that balances the development of amenities with the preservation of natural and cultural resources. That's the gist. The other half, or maybe slightly more than half, is adhering to our requirements for our agreement with the Bureau of Reclamation, which includes a resource management plan. And I know that the county is familiar with resource management plans, as you have maybe just finished up that process or thereabouts. So I'm happy to stand for any questions. Dan and I are, again, happy to be here today, and thanks for your time.
I did like the way that first public input session went. Had it set up with maps and great visuals, and kind of a dot system, but what do you like? What do you not like? And there was a lot of discussion, even though there was a few people, there was a lot of discussion about what was going on out there, what they'd like to see out there. So that was pretty cool. Comments, questions? You okay? All right.
Thanks for swinging by.
Thanks for having us. Hopefully we're gonna
I got
get a schedule.
I guess it's somewhat relevant. The little cabins, how did that, I mean, was it a success?
I'll start and let you finish. How's that sound, Dan? Commissioner, we had minimal usage out of the gate with those. They were not on our reservation system, nor were they marketed or advertised last season. We had some issues with getting them up to snuff as far as ADA compliance. And they still don't have electricity. We're working with the state fire marshal to at least get solar in them for now, and then maybe eventually hardwired electrical. But so there's been a few hurdles. I stayed in them for a couple nights last summer and really enjoyed it with my family. That was a lot of fun, and I'd recommend it. But yeah, we do have them on the reservation system now, and I'll let Dan speak to that.
Yeah, you hit it on the head. We're just May, you'll be able to start reserving 4 months in advance of arrival. So if you're coming in May, you'll be able to do that in next month for 120 days before your arrival. So, but yeah, right now the CCO office is there leveling out the cabins.
So how many do you have at this point?
8 of them out there at the Stagecoach area.
Is there still plans for more, or not at this time?
No, we don't have any plans to add more. There remains to be seen what comes out of the master plan process. So people may say, yay, we love them, we want more, or no, that's enough. That's the route we'll take.
We do have an addition of 3 of them at the Shrees Lodge.
That's what I was just going to ask.
And we're getting them leveled up and ADA accessible as well this winter. We're in the process right now. We should have them done by May. And that's been a lot of interest. Everybody's reserved it this summer and wanting to stay in it. So
that's a great idea if you're going to have a family party or something out there. And now there are those 3 cabins available right there on site. So it's a good idea.
If you don't get a lot of reservations, can we rent them for greenhouses?
Greenhouse.
They don't have skylights.
They are a little warm, but
they are warm. I can attest to that.
Okay. No, sounds good.
Thanks for having us. We'll keep you updated as things progress, and even just via email and through the website that we're building to keep people updated. But like to come back and see you in a few months and give you another update. So thanks again.
Thank you. Anytime.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thanks, Sam.
Yes.
Just make sure we get the dates for the next public one, and we'll see what we can do.
Yeah.
Okay.
Me too.
I don't think we're expecting anybody
schedule?
else.
Like me to come up?
Not too bad. Yeah, this isn't a public hearing, so I think we can go ahead. The next thing on our agenda is the Healthy Park County grant revision. And I think we know we've had this grant for about the first 18 months. It was under Cody Regional Hospital. Wendy did the work as an employee of Cody Regional Hospital and worked through the grant in that format. Last summer, as we were renewing this grant for the next 18 months, Cody Regional kind of disbanded their prevention area. And so Wendy was no longer going to be there. So we were trying to figure out what to do with this. And Wendy agreed to take it individually and try to see if she could make it work, because the work has been fantastic. And she has a group of 30 or 40 very energized health enthusiasts that work in those areas in Park County and have done a lot of good work, suicide training at the high schools, Delta 8 training, a lot of those kinds of things. So we wanted to try to keep things moving. In the meantime, Wendy's realized the struggles that it takes to try to keep one of these grants going and all of the record keeping and the things that come out of it. So she and Chief Eckert met with Colette Mild with One Health, used to be Heritage.
It did used to be Heritage, and they have just recently partnered with One Health.
One Health. And I had a conversation with Colette, and One Health does 40 or 50, I think she said, other state and federal grants in the same format. So they were willing to help with Healthy Park County and oversee this grant and help Wendy move through all that. Wendy would become an employee of theirs, and we would handle it the same way that we did with Cody Regional. It will still come in for approval through Bill Crampton, through the health office, because he knows the most about what these projects are and what they deal with. But this would, my understanding is we're looking at February 1. The county attorney has worked through the MOU. We do need to add an indemnifying clause on the end of that MOU, and we're in the process of that today. Colette, I talked to her this morning. She would have liked to be here, but she had a federal grant phone call that she had to do. So Wendy came to answer any questions that we might have. If there's anything in particular on the grant that you want to talk to Wendy about or how it's working. Anything? Questions, concerns? I said it's a great group. They're pretty enthusiastic and they get a lot done.
We are very, very fortunate here. We have a lot of great partnerships, and having Colette and her team at One Health will be just another fantastic opportunity. And for me personally, it will be much easier for me to manage. And then I will have some resources and some support and some administrative oversight, as well as just a team of support. So they're a great partner, and I'm excited to work with them. So,
any other questions for Wendy on this? Okay. What are your thoughts?
Madam Chair, move to approve the Park County grant revision for Healthy Park County with the approval of the county attorney indemnification.
And then chair to sign.
What's that?
Chair to sign.
And for the chair to sign. Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the revision in the Healthy Park County grant, pending the county attorney's approval and for the chair to sign. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay. Motion passes. So we'll finish out through January on the format that we've been doing, and then whatever you and Colette get figured out starting February 1.
she just asked me to let you find out if February 1 worked for you, and she'll make it happen. So
Okay.
great. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy.
Of
Thank you.
course.
Thanks for the work.
Of course. You guys appreciate your support.
Okay.
Wow.
That.
You might want to get out of here.
Yeah, this next one's not going to be quite so cool.
would just see get cold during summer. It gets a little hotter.
It's hot in here today.
I thought it was just me.
No, you came in that door, you could
Yeah.
feel it today. So I don't know if there's something wrong back there or
Well,
what.
you lost roll.
Well, yeah, but I meant.
I'm used to in my old office just rolling the truck window down.
Well, you can probably roll one of them windows up now. They can do you any good. There's no screens on it.
Well, there's no flies this time of year.
Huh?
There's no flies.
Why don't you even get to the outside glass?
Oh,
Yeah, it is exceptionally.
Oh, I just saw it,
It's
okay.
usually not.
If we're in the, we're not gonna have this information.
I just talked to Joy and she is going to put this up while they present the planning and zoning
Okay.
side of it. So
Good.
we'll have the figures. And then when they get to if Horizon needs theirs, they'll use it, but otherwise then Mr. Clarkson will be using the computer, so this will go down, but we will have this up there to look at while we're discussing the planning and zoning.
Clarify, Mr. Clarkson's.
Brian Clarkson he's a GIS specialist with TO engineers, but he has taken on the role of kind of the leader of that Wapiti group. So he's representing a lot of people. So when this first happened with planning and zoning, he does his presentation there. So when it was scheduled with us, he asked to be allowed to do his presentation because he represents multiples of people. So his presentation is about 20 minutes.
Gotcha.
He was elected by the Wapiti people. to represent them. Well,
And just so you
Not
know,
all of them.
we received a postcard that wanted to know if you wanted to donate that. So you know,
I think we got one too.
did you get one of there too?
Not something that we would do.
Madam Chair, can you run upstairs?
Yeah, I'm gonna too before we make the move downstairs. You got a few minutes to read through the file if you want to,
Again,
again. And the 42 new emails. They just keep going.
Yeah, you got one of these? I get a spare. On the M's,
what is it?
National Instrument Command System.
I'm good.
They're great on the airplane. You can take them with you. They're small.
You can do what?
Take them on the airplane with you.
Oopsie.
Oh, hello.
That was just a cord. It's all good, and yes.
Oh, good.
Because have to collect all of this. Oh, just too many cords. We need a cord simplifier. Let's get some toilet paper rings and some of these cords and toilet paper rings.
Well, you would think that
My heavens.
that IT could tighten that mess up.
No, I'm gonna take all of this.
You can get into this,
I'm asking how it's supposed to work.
Close this.
It's a pen. County attorney gave me. He said, world's smallest pen, if you can get it to work, I guess.
That's not the world's smallest pen. I got one that's in my Swiss Army knife.
Oh, yeah?
It's, you know, where the toothpick slides in. On those Swiss Army knives.
Right.
I've got a pen that slides in the other side.
Okay.
It's about as big as a toothpick, about like that.
Yeah, Brian got me this because he carries one. He said that way you always got it in your pocket. Along with my pocket. You know, he's really into
All right, I'm gonna go see.
knives
Down
and
there.
flashlights. Every time I turn around, he's got a mini flashlight in his pocket.
2 o'clock, huh? We got a half an hour to take a nap.
Right, no,
I still think we ought to, with that ARPA money, put 5 recliners in Molly's office. With the ARPA money, we'd get those massaging recliners.
Yeah. So since both of you guys live up there, what's your gut feelings?
People they do not want.
I know they don't.
I don't think it, I don't see, I'm gonna have a hard time voting for it. You know, I've lived up there a long damn time, ever since cell phones came in, and there's very few places that you don't have service. You don't have service? That don't have it. You go up Green Creek and it gets shitty. I mean, where do you got the Wapiti, we always call it the Wapiti Dead Zone. It's right there at the school. You roll through there, you're gonna 90% of the time you'll drop a call there. Other than that, once you've got service. You got service a little bit, probably 2 or 3 miles past the forest boundary going up into the canyon.
I know when I worked for years up there on those campgrounds and stuff, if I needed to make a call, I had to come out to the forest boundary, that kids.
The other thing I see that tower benefit is that dead zone Wapiti, maybe an extra couple miles up the canyon.
That's it.
Yeah.
And the dead zone Wapiti is gonna impact. It's only, it just impacts people.
Everybody knows.
Well,
You're stop there before.
If you don't want to call, you
Do
stop
we have
on
to
the
close
other end.
this one up here to bring it up downstairs?
Check now that we're done up here.
But
Okay. Like to get going this afternoon on the county commissioners agenda. It has for 2 o'clock, Kim Dillman, Park County Planning and Zoning regarding a public hearing for Horizon Tower SUP 244. Before we get started, just a couple of points of clarification. There will be a presentation by the planning and zoning staff for the application. Then there will be a presentation by the applicant. Then there will be a presentation by Brian Clarkson representing some of the people from the Wapiti Valley. We know there's a lot of passion on both sides of this issue. We do request and expect courtesy. Please, if you get up to speak, don't repeat what other people have said. We have that information and can use that. We don't want any disruptions to anyone speaking. We want respect and courtesy to every speaker, please. No clapping, yelling, those kind of disruptions will just take time away from the availability for presentation. So we would appreciate your cooperation. After those 3 presentations, I will call down through the list for you all to have an opportunity to speak. You'll have about 2 minutes. Molly, our assistant, is going to be keeping time and she'll let me know. I'll keep an eye on it, so you don't have to worry about it. I will let you know when the 2 minutes is there. So if we can move forward, we'd like to get started. Are there any questions on process before we start? Okay, thank you. Mr. Dillman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the applicant for this project is Horizon Tower LLC. This is in the planning, the North Fork planning area. The zoning district is GR5. We did receive a special use application that was received on October of last year from the applicant. Had drawings showing location, vicinity map, and talking about type of activity. The property owner is Tamara Young, and she has signed an authorization form, which was in the packet, giving the applicant permission to enter her property to conduct work and to file documents on her behalf. The applicant has also provided a site survey, an alternative site analysis, and an RF design analysis, and a supportive narrative that describes how the approval standards for an SUP will be met. And those are all attached to our packet. So the requested action is review and approval of the special use permit to allow construction of a 195-foot tall monopole tower as part of a wireless facility to accommodate up to 4 wireless carriers. And you saw in the packet figures 1 through 4 that showed detailed site plans. So, Madam Chair, Commissioners, this is figure 1, which is in the packet. Oh, yeah, sorry. And figure 2 is a bird's eye view. Figure 3, essentially a close-up of that. And then figure 4, profile, showing the tower, showing the compact base, and then showing the antennas at the top of the tower. Again, that is all in the packet. And the applicant has indicated that Verizon Wireless has agreed to be the first subtenant. And they said other potential carriers include AT&T and T-Mobile. And again, they feel like this site could accommodate up to 4 carriers. So we have classified this as major utility use. So a major utility use is defined as a number of different things. One classification or one type of major utility use in our regulation says communication towers over 35 feet in height, which is what this is. I mentioned this is in the GR5 zoning district. Major utility use is allowed in that district provided an SUP is approved. I mentioned that the ownership is Tamara Young. Legal description is, you all know where the location is. This is on a 29.94 acre parcel. And then figure 5 is a location map. So this is a map of location. This is figure 5 in our packet. So the property's physical address is 2942 North Fork Highway, obviously outside of Cody. It's approximately 18 miles west of Cody. It's on the south side of Highway 141620. And you can also see that in figure 5. And the site tower is approximately 1,275 feet south of the highway. Figure 6 shows neighboring property owners. Oh, that's all right. You want me to go to? Yeah. Go back. Okay. Okay, so figure 5 again shows the outline, the parcel outline is in blue. The red star shows the tower location, and again, it shows it relative to State Highway 14, 16, 20. Okay, figure 6. So neighboring land use, it threw me off. Okay. So figure 6 shows neighboring property owners. So surrounding lands to the west and south are primarily residential purposes. Green Creek subdivision is to the west and southwest. Cody's Country subdivision is to the south. To the southwest and adjacent to the proposed tower is a Mountain States telephone parcel with an approximately 15 to 20 foot tall tower dish and utility building. Residential uses are north of the property. Homestead Campground is north of the property on the north side of the highway. 2 small exempt parcels are owned by the Transportation Commission of Wyoming. They're also close to the highway. Red Barn Convenience Store, of course, is at the corner of Green Creek Road and Highway 1420, Highway 14, 16, 20. And residential vacant lands border the east side of the parcel. And some approximate distance from the proposed tower are, there's a Countryman residence approximately west 283 feet. There's a Wortham residence northwest 365 feet. Young residence northeast 497 feet. Nelson residence is southwest approximately 504 feet. And the Monahan residence is southeast 534 feet. Again, all approximate distances from the proposed tower location. Figure 7 shows a topo map. So this is a map of the topography in the area. And the elevation increases moving north, from north to south, an approximate elevation gain from the highway of about 75 feet to the tower site. Green Creek, of course, is in the area. It flows northeast, enters the property on the west boundary, and at its closest, we estimate it's Green Creek is approximately 150 feet northwest of the proposed tower location. The property where the tower will be developed has a residence and outbuildings. They're approximately 500 feet northeast of the proposed tower site. This is obviously a public hearing. So we did have the notice published in the Cody Enterprise on Tuesday, January 10th and Tuesday, January 17th. Written notice was mailed to the owners of all properties within 660 feet. That notice went out on January 4th. Those notices were all done this year. Staff report was sent to the applicant, representative, all of you, and shared with the public prior to today. Agency notices, we notified, with an SUP, we notified agencies that we think would have a relative interest or relevant interest. DEQ responded and they provided agency contacts and information for permitting associated with various construction activities. Fire district responded in October of last year. They said they have no comment. Park County Treasurer responded with an email October of last year. They said property taxes are paid in full. Park County Public Works responded first with an email in October of last year. They said legal access will be from Green Creek Road. And they said the applicant will either need to provide proof of or obtain a right-of-way permit from them. They asked for Public Works. Distance of the structure to the county road right-of-way needs to be clarified. Public Works also recommends that plans for the tower include a geotechnical study, foundation details, and structural elements under the direction of a Wyoming licensed engineer. Public Works did not require a drainage and erosion control plan, but they recommend the site plan indicate direction of drainage and proposed ditches or culverts. And they said that the applicant needed to demonstrate the facility will not be adding stormwater to the county road right of way. And then they said they'll submit a formal review. They did that. Public Works submitted a formal review in November of last year. They said, based on scale, it appears the closest structure will be approximately 40 feet outside the county road right of way. They also said that Green Creek Road is a county maintained roadway, and Public Works said the road is suitable for this use, and the right of way is dedicated for both public travel and public utility. And they recommended that the structure be designed by a Wyoming licensed professional engineer. And for appropriate loadings, including seismic and wind loads. Public Works also said they will not require an address for the structure or road name for the access road. However, they said they'd be willing to do that if they were asked to. Public Works said the access road will need to be permitted by them and constructed in accordance with their standards. And Public Works also said a formal erosion and drainage control plan is not required. However, they will want to see a site plan with proposed drainage features, and again, to be implemented for long-term operation and maintenance of the facility. We did receive a statement back from the Federal Aviation Administration. They provided evidence that was requested by our department from the FAA notice criteria tool that said the proposed structure height and site elevation does not exceed the FAA notice criteria. Madam Chair, we shared that with you. We also asked the applicant to provide evidence from the FCC based on the proposed tower location, type, height, and elevation. And again, this was done through an online tool that the structure does not require registration. And we did receive that. That was attached. We received an email back from Weed and Pest, and Mary said that due to the close proximity to noxious weed infestations of the area and the fact that the project will disturb ground, she is requiring a noxious weed plan. We've not received any comments from Game and Fish, and we've not received any comments from Rocky Mountain Power. Madam Chair, in terms of public comments, as of when this packet was sent out, we received 21 written public comments and a petition signed by over 150 members of the public that were in opposition to this project. And we shared those with you. Those are in the packet. Madam Chair, I will add that we just received today an email from a neighbor, from Kurt Countryman, and he said he can't attend today, but he said he does not want this tower within a couple hundred feet of his dream home. And he said there is Wyoming land less than 2 miles east of this site with Witt Creek Road access. And he asked, why can't this be located there? So Madam Chair, this is not in your packet. And of course, we didn't identify this in our staff findings. Planning and Zoning Commission reviewed this application on November 16th of last year. They recommended denial in resolution 2022-46, finding the proposed special use does not meet all the applicable standards and procedures from our regulations. Their grounds for denial were two. One, they said the use is not in harmony and compatible with surrounding land uses and with the neighborhood. And they said the use will create a substantial adverse impact on adjacent properties. Madam Chair, in terms of approval standards, of course, you're able to approve a special use permit only if the following criteria are met. One is compatibility and impacts. So I'm going to summarize the statements that the applicant made in a response to how they feel compatibility has been made. They said the tower will be self-supporting, 195-foot monopole tower. It does not require lighting, will not need to be guyed. does not emit radiation, does not emit any waste, odors, perceptible noise, nor vibration. The tower will be constructed in a 40 by 40 fence compound. That will be enclosed by a 6-foot tall chain link fence with a 2-foot section of barbed wire above the fencing. Access to the compound will be from 2 6 feet wide access gates. The overall lease area on the parcel is 60 by 60. There will be no additional noise created by the structure beyond construction. The applicant said electricity will be provided by Rocky Mountain Power, and they said no water, wastewater, or sewage is necessary or proposed for this use. The applicant said the tower will not produce radioactivity nor water pollution. The applicant said the impact of potential concern to surrounding properties is visual impact. They said due to topography of the area and the coverage objective, it is impossible to place a tower in this area that will not be visible from surrounding properties. To mitigate this, the applicant has tried to separate the tower from homes in the area, and they said there are trees between the site and the nearest residences to the east. The applicant is proposing a monopole design, propose as sleek a design as feasible, and they said they'll use non-glare paint for the tower. The applicant said interior roads are existing. I assume they meant maybe on the parcel. They also said this is an unmanned communications tower. They said expectations regarding traffic are during the 1 month period of construction, there will be less than 4 round trips per day. And the applicant said once the site is built, the only traffic will be maintenance technicians visiting the site once per quarter. Building setbacks. Based on a site survey provided by the applicant, it appears that the proposed tower will not be within 20 feet of a county road right of way. And then we do, however, this is a statement from us, I believe, we said the applicant should provide accurate measurements of the facility structure to the county road right of way to confirm that setback. Madam Chair, no covenants are proposed or existing. The applicant stated no outdoor lighting is proposed. The property has no known nonconformities to our knowledge. And to our knowledge, the property has not had any reported nuisances. In terms of a soil conservation district and a soils report, Park County Public Works recommend that the applicant obtain a geotechnical review. And the applicant has stated they intend to do that, should the SUP be approved. Madam Chair, so as you know, another big part of our approval standards is services and infrastructure. So I'll summarize those items. Access is proposed from County Road 60U, which is Green Creek Road. Domestic water is not proposed or necessary. The parcel is not located within the boundaries of an irrigation district. In terms of parking, we concluded this is a non-residential use, and our regs say that for non-residential uses, 1 space is required for each 400 square feet of floor area. Well, an indoor floor area will not exist, and so designated parking for customers, employees is not required. That's our conclusion. The applicant said technicians will visit the site once per quarter for maintenance. They will likely park on the access road. That's our conclusion. And that will be located in that access and utility easement. Our conclusion is parking appears to be adequate. In terms of sewage and wastewater, that will not produce any sewage or wastewater. Power is to be supplied by Rocky Mountain Power. No signs are proposed, and solid waste will not be generated by this use. In terms of specific criteria, no specific criteria have been identified for this use. And in terms of overlay districts, the use is not located in an overlay district. Of course, and I'm at the top of page 13, if you're in our staff report, should you approve the special use permit, you obviously may impose any reasonable conditions to ensure that the use is compatible with the surrounding land area. Site plan review is required for major utility use. However, this project is exempt from site plan review because construction will not include new buildings exceeding 5,000 square feet of floor area, and new development will not exceed 1 acre in size. Madam Chair, a couple things that have come across, I just want to mention that I think all of you have seen. We received an email that was first, I believe, sent to you, Madam Chair, and then we received it. It came from Brian Clarkson, and it was a PDF that was a page from a reference to the Telecommunications Act of 1996. So I think all of you have seen that, and it goes into some detail. We also received an email from Tamara Young, who is the property owner, and she wanted to point out a couple facts. She basically talked about garbage dumpsters that are close to her residence, and the fact that there is that, I think, 40-year-old CenturyLink dish that is close to her. In this, you had a chance to read this, but I believe she mentioned that she doesn't want to complain about those two things, and she also mentioned that she imagined there are some people who might be in favor of this tower, but they've not spoken up because they maybe are opposed to doing so. So, Madam Chair, I think you did see those. And then a couple other things that we've received, Madam Chair. So I asked the applicant to give us an indication about what the surface would be like in terms of a concrete pad, in terms of any generators, in terms of any cabinets. And they shared some things with us. And they said, this is from the applicant, go to the carrier, go to a cabinet. They said each carrier will have 1 to 4 cabinets. They shared these pages with us. My understanding is that is a picture of what these cabinets will look like. So they said each carrier will likely have 1 to 4 cabinets. The size of which, the width of these cabinets are about 23.6 inches wide. The depth is about 19 inches. The height is about 56.5 inches. They said the cabinets will contain radios, wiring, and equipment for the antennas. They also said some carriers will have their own generators. So my understanding is the generator is that gray box on top, and then underneath it is a fuel tank for the generator. So my understanding in the generators will be about 35 inches wide, a little over 84 inches long, with a height of 52 inches. The fuel tanks will have a width of 35 inches, a length of just over 103 inches, and a height of 39 inches. The applicant said generators, of course, will operate should there be a power outage, but they'll also be tested periodically. And go to that site plan. And they also shared with us another bird's eye view of basically, this is, yeah, it's kind of small, but this is the compound. What I want to point out is that for each base, there'll be a concrete pad, and that will be approximately 11 feet by 19 feet. And the applicant said the compound surface is gravel. However, there will be concrete under the tower base and under the cabinets. So, Madam Chair, what we just talked about, showed you, is not in the packet, and it isn't detailed in the findings. And also the new email from Brian Clarkson and the email from Tamara Young is not in the packet, not in our findings. Otherwise, we have a very detailed summary of findings. So we tried to take everything that's in our packet and list those in our findings. One more thing, Madam Chair. So should you recommend approval, we have some recommended conditions, and I'd like to read those. One is Park County noise lighting and other nuisance regulations shall apply. Number 2 is prior to the commencement of any construction activities, the applicant shall provide a revised site plan to the Park County Planning and Zoning Department that includes accurate distance measurements from the county road right-of-way to the tower site, existing and proposed easement locations and dimensions, and proposed drainage features to be implemented for long-term operation and maintenance of the facility. Number 3, prior to the commencement of any construction activities, the applicant shall obtain all necessary permits from Park County Public Works Department, including an access right-of-way and an access road permit. Number 4, prior to the commencement of any construction activities, the applicant shall submit a geotech study conducted by a Wyoming professional engineer to Planning and Zoning Department and Public Works for the county engineer's review and approval. Number 5, prior to the commencement of any construction activities, the applicant shall submit an approved long-term noxious weed management plan from Weed Pest to Planning and Zoning Department. And number 6, the applicant shall otherwise comply with standards in the Park County Development Standards and Regulations. Madam Chair, we're happy to answer any questions should you have any.
Are there any questions from the commission members at this time? Okay, thank you. With that, we would entertain hearing from the applicants. You'd like to come forward, please?
I'll make a quick introduction. My name is Shelley Neese. I represent Horizon Tower. My daughter Sarah Neese and I conducted the hearing with the planning commissioners last year. Accompanying us on a Zoom call was our applicant's representative, Mr. Josh Leonard, who will be handling this hearing today, supported by Stephen Kennedy. He's our consulting engineer and subject matter expert on all things wireless. And with that, I'll let Josh take the hearing.
Thank you. There are a few empty seats up front if you'd like to have a seat rather than standing in the door that looks uncomfortable.
Thank you.
Yeah, just watch all the cords.
Madam Chair, members of the commission. It's off. Perfect. It's okay. I'm gonna sit just so I can control the computer as we go. I'll try to train my look at you a little bit. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. I don't live in Wyoming. I have a couple of connections to Wyoming. Perhaps the biggest is that I married a girl from Green River.
Okay.
So Wyoming's a part of my life almost every day. I'm not seeing the screen of the slideshow. Oh. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. Technical difficulties.
Before we start, I wanted to give you just a quick presentation roadmap where we're gonna go today. A quick overview of the site. Staff's done a great job with that. We're not gonna belabor that too much. The RF or radio frequency justification, why the tower is needed. We're gonna rule out potential alternative sites. We're gonna talk about that Federal Telecommunications Act that was in the email that you received from Mr. Clarkson. Then we're gonna discuss the Park County 2015 development standards and how we apply it. And we'll conclude. If we have time, we'll address some of the concerns of the opponents. If not, we'll cover those in rebuttal. Okay. Back to the plans. Staff did a great job covering this. Again, I'm not going to go through it again. Pretty much the same information. The subject property, staff also identified that. And I'm going to tell you, I don't give this credit. I've done these in several different states, and this isn't hollow praise. Staff's report in this, the best one I've seen. And I go look at the record. I've never said that before for other jurisdictions, but it was very much appreciated. Site plan overview, enlarged site plan, and let me know if I'm clicking too quickly through this. It's all in the packet. Again, the elevation of the site. Photo simulation of the site. I note that that Mr. Clarkson produced his own photo simulation showing a tower in red. Just to be clear, our tower is not red. And then also the photo simulation that we did is to scale, and I just don't know if Mr. Clarkson's was, and he can, I'm sure, clear that up. So why is this facility needed? Stephen Kennedy, who's an RF engineer, an independent RF engineer that was hired by the applicant, is here to discuss a little bit about it. I want to be clear that Stephen's going to cover some things today that aren't necessarily required under Park County Code, but are required under federal law for us to prove up. And not that they're under federal law that needs to be proved here today, but if there was a denial and the applicant had to go to court, they need the elements there. We'll talk a little bit more about that later.
Steve Kennedy, I'm a radio frequency engineer. I've been doing this for 33 years, so hopefully that's long enough. I'll talk about the site as quickly as I can. So why here? Lack of reliable Verizon wireless coverage in the area. Verizon's lack of wireless coverage along Highway 14, 16, and 20. So we can look at open signal. All right, so anytime anybody loads Facebook or various apps on their phone, there's thin clients that are loaded along with that. So when you're giving Facebook or all these applications approval to do things to your phone, you're loading a thin client called open signal. What that does is every time a mobile makes a connection with the network, information is reported back to the server. So we can see in Wapiti that there's just not a lot of coverage. Green data points are good, red bad, and then lack of data points is lack of coverage. We also have an independent third party that they drive test all over the United States quarterly based on which state they're in at the time. And these are showing back reports of what's going on from the mobiles. So these are the mobiles actually reporting back what they're seeing on the network. It's not conjecture, it's the mobile itself is reporting what it sees. And as you can see in the area that's zoomed in, that we're seeing area numbers below -140 dBm, which is not plausible. In order to make a good call or a good connection, outside you need at least -106 dBm. In vehicle, you need -95 dBm, and indoors, you need -85 dBm. If you're inside like a town, you have a whole lot of buildings, it goes down to -75 dBm. This is RSRP, reference signal, reference power. This is where this is a propagation model that shows what coverage is like. So if we look at the legend is in building, green, -85 dBm. Yellow in vehicle, -95, -106 on street. So we can see what's going on. There's some on street and there's some in vehicle being provided in the area of Wapiti where the proposed is, but not much else. If we add the site, this is the proposed site turned on and propagating, we can see that the in-building coverage increases significantly for what's going on in that area. So we then not only provide service within the area, but we go farther west on the highway and we bridge coverage a lot better on the east side towards Cody. So we do a comparison, current coverage as is versus proposed, it's a significant change. So once again, current coverage is not that great. I remember the last hearing with planning and zoning, a lot of people said, just turn on Wi-Fi calling. That's great, except if you're on Highway 20, you're in an accident, you have no Wi-Fi calling. Open signal, so AT&T has shown interest in this area before. This shows theirs as well. Once again, same thing, good coverage green, bad coverage red. No coverage is lack of data points. We can see that there's coverage data points back towards Cody. This is AT&T's coverage, even less than what Verizon has currently in the area. So we did an alternate site analysis, but one thing to take into account is where does the care need service, where the people are. That's typically where carriers like to put towers, is where the people are. That's the customers. Existing sites can Verizon co-locate on the existing tower. Is it zoning? Is it zoned for a tower? If not, can it be? Are the practical concerns grade, power, existing improvements? The last is a willing landlord, but I think I jumped on my papers, so I apologize.
Okay, go, you're good.
So here's the carrier's identified search ring. So this is where when a radio engineer looks at the data from the network, so it's not only coverage and propagation models, it's drive test data, it's data from the mobiles reporting back to the network, telling the network what they see and what problems they have. So all of this data gets worked with and figured out by the radio frequency engineer at Verizon. He or she then places, when they see that they need another site for service, they place a search ring down, and inside acquisition goes after that search ring and tries to find what's possible in the area. Existing Verizon network sites, the closest site is 16.52 miles away from the proposed tower. Significant. There are no other extra structures or tall structures around the proposed site. Existing AT&T network site, 16.52 miles. They're co-located on the same tower as Verizon. No other area. And then T-Mobile is actually 21.61, so they're a little farther away, a little bit farther east into Cody for what they have. So this is a proposed tower designed to allow multiple tenants. Tenants from AT&T, T-Mobile, Verizon, Dish, whoever, or first responders, however it needs to be. Up to 4 can co-locate on the tower. By placing the tenants provided in the proposed tower, Verizon will fill a significant gap in its wireless service. We request approval of the proposed site as it will fill Verizon's significant gap in coverage.
That's how much time I have left.
About 10 minutes.
So potential sites that we ruled out. Again, I want to point out that the board under Park County Code isn't required, or it's not required for us to establish that we've eliminated potential alternative sites. We in preparing for today went back and found an August of 2022 case for a tower, a telecom tower, Jolovich v. Park County, in which the Wyoming Supreme Court upheld your approval of a tower and agreed that alternative sites are not a necessary element of proving that we meet the code provisions. But that said, though, we always do this. We always go and try to find where sites that'll fit all of the standards that we need. You can see on the screen now the sites that we reach out to that fit all of the elements except the one that's willing landowner who is willing to lease to us. Or in some cases, we just didn't get a response back. And then you can see in a couple like on 6, 7, 8, 9, Green Creek subdivision, CCNR prohibited the use. So based on our analysis of meeting the code and also being filling the significant gap in coverage, this is the only viable site for this for this tower. The property that we're sitting on here. Federal Telecommunications Act of 1996. I'm going to quickly hit this. It preserves local zoning authority, kind of. It includes some limits on local zoning authority. We'll cover those in a moment. The first thing that it does is it prohibits consideration of alleged and unproven health effects. As long as the tower applicant complies with the FCC's regulations regarding RF emissions, it can't be a reason to deny a tower. The next is that any denial of a tower application must be supported by substantial evidence in a written record, and then cannot deny if it would have the effect, if the denial would have the effect of prohibiting the provision of personal wireless services. And then cannot discriminate between wireless carriers. And we'll cover, I'll discuss each of those in just a second here. The Telecom Act language itself says, this is where it says that it preserves local zoning authority, but then it has a big but, ... Except as provided in this paragraph. Nothing in this chapter shall limit or affect the authority of the state or local government or instrumentality over decisions, and then it's over personal wireless service facilities, which are defined to include cell towers. That except as provided in the paragraph is that regulations shall not unreasonably discriminate among providers of functionally equivalent services and shall not prohibit or have the effect of prohibiting. The top one there means that you can't say that, well, T-Mobile has coverage here. Maybe Verizon doesn't, but T-Mobile does, so people can just switch carriers. That's a discrimination against Verizon. That's prohibited. The second one, you can't deny a wireless communication facility application if denial would have the effect of prohibiting, in this case, Verizon's ability from providing reliable wireless services. Again, this is Telecom Act. This obviously isn't county code. And then there's the environmental effects of radio frequency emissions that I mentioned, the health effects. Significant gap in these two elements are what's required under federal code if we're going to have to go to federal court. Obviously don't like having to do that. We have to lay a record here in case it goes there. But that's why we're talking about these things here. More importantly for today is Park County Code. There's no question as to be the services and infrastructure. We heard staff discussing that and mentioning that we have the services and infrastructure on the site. This C, the specific criteria, the use complies with all specific criteria stated. There actually aren't any specific criteria for a cell tower in Park County Code. Overlay districts complies. I don't believe there are overlay districts here, so I think that's another one that doesn't apply. The first one there, though, A, is the only element left. So let's take a little closer look at that. And that's the use is in harmony and compatible with surrounding land uses and with the neighborhood and will not create a substantial adverse impact on adjacent property. I've highlighted some key words here. The use is in harmony and compatible with surrounding land uses. The surrounding land uses have residential, some vacant residential. Let's see what else. There's some agricultural. Immediately north, the use is as a state highway. To the west is as a roadway. There's a parcel that it's a roadway, and to the east, I believe, is also a roadway. So that whether it's compatible with those surrounding land uses. As far as the use in this case is to provide cell signal. I can tell you, I have a 19-year-old, 18, I'm making him older than he is, an 18-year-old and a 16-year-old, and in my house, they are constantly using their wireless signal. It's very compatible with residential. The use also is in harmony and compatible with the neighborhood. Again, we just discussed what's in that neighborhood. And then also the use will not create, and I underline substantial here, substantial adverse impact, and then on adjacent properties. Again, the use is harmony with the surrounding land uses. It's in harmony with the neighborhood. And then regarding adjacent properties, this shows in yellow the 8 adjacent properties to this parcel, the subject property being in green. 2 of those, number 2 and number 3, are owned by Tamara Young, the same owner. The rest, there's a road, there's the Transportation Commission, there's a road that's the Michelson Land Company. There's HOA common area, and then essentially a vacant parcel owned by Mr. Fitch, and then a telecom use. Based on those uses, I think it's hard to say that there would be a substantial adverse impact on adjacent properties based on or from this tower. Also, in Park County, special uses are permitted, provided the use is reviewed and its adverse impacts are identified and mitigated. So the baseline is they're permitted. A special use permit provides the flexibility to go in and say, okay, it's permitted, but it has these adverse effects and we need to mitigate those, or we need the applicant to mitigate them, not the county. But what does mitigate mean? Does it mean eliminate altogether? It doesn't. It means to make less severe or intense. In this case, it doesn't require the applicant to eliminate adverse impacts altogether. It's only necessary to make them less severe or intense. So the standards again, all four of them there, we meet those. Just one more slide. And we would ask the board to approve our application. Stand for questions.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Thank you for that presentation. A couple of definitions that I'd like you, if you could provide me. What constitutes a significant gap in service?
Oh, that's a great question. And it's a question we get every time we do a presentation like this, because that's a key word and that's in the Telecom Act. The Federal Communication Commission, which is authorized under the Telecom Act to implement the Telecom Act, has defined a significant gap as being any gap that a company identifies in its ability to provide reliable wireless service. And I'll give you an example of what I mean. If the area is well covered by 4G service or 4G or 3G service, and they want to upgrade to 4G LTE, but there's not a tower to accommodate that, upgrading that service, that new service, is, if they can't do that, that's a significant gap in coverage. Another example of a significant gap in coverage is we showed a map that showed that it has okay in outdoor coverage and even in vehicle coverage in some of those areas in that spectrum. If it's not in building coverage, if the in building is substandard or poor, the FCC in their 2018 ruling implementing the Telecom Act has said that qualifies as a significant gap in coverage. So in this instance, there are a couple of significant gaps. The first is that there's only in-vehicle and spotty in-vehicle along the highway there. And the reason why we say it's spotty, and Stephen mentioned these tuned propagation maps. The tuned propagation maps are a compilation of data from the phones reporting on themselves. Everybody's going to go home and delete Facebook off their phone, right? Or not just reporting that way, but also customer complaints and connections to the service. It's also, as Stephen said, they do drive tests of the areas and figure out, based on topography and what they call ground clutter, trees, buildings, and things like that, how far it can go. In this case, the closest existing tower is over 16 miles away, which is a long ways to get it to project a signal. And by the time it reaches out here, you may be able to connect on a call, but you may kind of sound robotic, or it may sound a little bit fuzzy, or it may click on and off. And that's a gap in coverage where you don't have quality call. What is it? Where you don't have acceptable call quality.
Just follow up. So basically, if you got one level of services, it's good, but you want to go up to another level and it is not as good, that's considered a significant gap.
Under the FCC's 2018 rule, it is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, my question is, assuming this is approved, moving forward, if your tower becomes decommissioned or no longer used, what is the plan to decommission it, remove it, if there's substantial non-use?
Sure.
I'm
sorry.
I mean, do you have a plan? Is there something in writing that says, or, could this be a condition that reclamation bond that is upfront that you will take it down?
When you say reclamation bond, you mean that the applicant pays or the
Who's
town
gonna
company?
yeah, you walk off and leave. We're stuck with a tower.
Yeah, so and it can absolutely be a condition of approval. And include that in there that we pay a reclamation bond, I think, or a removal bond. Yeah, I can also tell you that the value of a standing tower is the value of the steel in the tower. It's worth taking it down to get that out of there. That varies based on the price of steel. So absolutely adding a reclamation bond would be totally sensible.
Second question in relation to your backup generator. Is this going to be automated? When will it be tested? How often?
Another good question. So it is tested. It's tested about monthly or so. The benefit of the backup generator obviously is to allow the tower to have service when Wi-Fi calling goes down because the power goes out. The testing, if you wanted to make a condition of approval as to when it got tested, that's acceptable too. That's something we can consider. Typically, we don't like to have, I say we, the applicant Horizon Tower and the cell companies don't like to have complaints come into them about something being tested at odd hours. And so they've figured out when those hours are based on the area, and they massage a little bit to fit the area.
But nobody physically has to go out and check it.
No, they can do it remotely.
Occasionally, but it will be set up automatically.
Correct. Yeah, for sure.
So the generator is an automatic transfer switch. So what it does is it does a cycle. Like Josh said, it can be.
Understanding the power, and my concern is the testing at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Testing typically is 9 or 10 o'clock in the morning. That's usually what goes on, and it takes about 7 to 10 minutes to test it. Just cycles up, runs for a little while, and cycles back up.
Okay, I think at this time, thank you for your presentation. We'll let Mr. Clarkson move forward with his. And then we'll take public comment.
You see that computer right there, you can see what they're saying. Yeah.
I think so. They need to- Hey, Lloyd, can you help them out? Can you help them out?
Yeah, what do they need?
IT.
Technology. No. Wherever you're comfortable, that's fine.
Yeah. Kick that. You can ask that question. You can ask that question. Okay. Thank you.
I'm sure we got a radio station. We had a lot of just keep it itself. Yeah, it was. We switched it when we tested ourselves, but it was generated usually at 1 a.m.
We all know that technology saved us a lot of time, right?
Yeah.
Can you mute that? Up in the top right corner. Yeah, just where it says.
Where are you at? Here's right.
There you go. Okay, we'll have to, it's gonna be this computer, I think.
Can you just?
Can you just turn your speaker down? Yeah, maybe just turn yours. Does that do it? Okay, there you go. Then they won't be hearing you through your computer.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Sorry, I'm sorry for the interruption.
Yeah, that's all right. So you want to start?
No.
Okay. Oops, sorry. As Mr. Delavan already mentioned, the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended to deny the application. Horizon Tower wanted to still pursue it, so here we are today to talk about this. You know, we talked about the zoning standards, right? And I want to kind of break this down a little bit. And so, you know, if we look at A, which is the use is in harmony and compatible with the surrounding land uses and with the neighborhood and will not create substantial adverse impact on adjacent properties. So let's define some words. Compatible, capable of existing together in harmony, designed to work with another device or system without modification. Harmony, a pleasing arrangement of parts. Neighborhood, the people living near one another, a section lived in by neighbors and usually having distinct characteristics. So throughout this presentation, what I'm going to hopefully try to show here is some arguments to show that this is not in harmony and compatible with the neighborhood. I'm going to try to define what a neighborhood is. I don't know if I'm going to do a good job at that, but I'm going to give it my best effort. So we already talked about the proposed cell tower. It's a 195-foot tall monopole, 4 sets of antenna, maybe 5. We'll talk about that a little bit later. So it occupies, so those 4 sets of antenna will occupy the space of 2 full-size school buses. So I'm not sure if hanging 2 full-size school buses on the top of a 195-foot pole is in harmony with the Wapiti Valley. The elevation of the proposed site, so I think we've got a little bit of differences in our elevations by about like 13 feet. I grabbed mine from the 10-meter national elevation data. I'm assuming that they might have actually done a proper survey to get their elevation. Either way, that 5,833 feet, the lowest 14% of the valley. So that means the other 86% of the valley, the surrounding area, is at a higher elevation. Typically, when you build a cell tower, I believe that you want to put it at higher elevations. A higher elevation would also reduce the size of the cell tower. So, one of the things I'm going to be talking about here is I'm going to be doing some analysis. And so what I'm looking at is what I'm defining as the Wapiti Valley, which is the 9,030 acres west of the Wapiti Bridge. And so I'm going to be talking about that over and over again. So that is bisected by the North Fork Highway, which is considered the 50 most beautiful miles in America. So again, I'm not really sure if a 200-foot tall tower is in harmony with the 50 most beautiful miles in America. I don't think we really need to get too much into where this is located. We've talked about that already. However, it is surrounded by subdivisions, right? We're talking about a neighborhood. So let's look at the adjacent land. So by adjacent, that means it shares a common vertex or a common point. We've got Green Creek. I live in Green Creek. We've got Cody's Country, and we've got Copperleaf. So in a way to try, okay, and then let's talk about zoning. It's in general rule acre 5 or 5 acre. And so this district is intended to promote the retention of open space, ag land, wildlife habitat, riparian habitat, and scenic areas, which I believe we live in one of the most scenic areas in the country. So just trying to look at some of the covenants to try to get like a legal definition of what a neighborhood is, because it really is hard to define a neighborhood. So looking at the Green Creek subdivision covenants, it talks about having suburban residential lots, cabin sites, buildings should be rustic in appearance, no noxious or offensive activity should be carried upon any lot. Looking at Cody's Country. So Cody Country talks about electrical and telephone lines should be underground. I know that there's power lines all over the valley, but I'm just trying to sort of paint a picture of this neighborhood with the intent to preserve these scenic areas. So if we look at paragraph 16, it talks about secure and harmony between the building structures and improvements and the natural surroundings and terrain, and to avoid any offensive or irritating sites to the terrain. Then we've got the Copperleaf subdivision. Again, they're also, they don't want any overhead utility lines. It should be left in a natural state. Capture the spirit of the mountain architecture consistent with the valley setting of the site and the unsurpassed views of the foothills peaks which surround the community. And then, for Copperleaf, buildings are limited to 38 feet in height. So what does this neighborhood mean to me? Everything. My wife and I bought our house at 7 Hallingdale Lane about 3 months before we got married. One of the first things I did is I got up on top of my garage, I took a 360 photo, and I gave it to my ring guy. And so the Wapiti Valley is on our hands. So my band matches my wife's band. You've got Jim Mountain in there, and you've got the surrounding mountains of the Wapiti Valley. We're originally from Buffalo, New York. There's not anywhere in Buffalo, New York that I would put on my finger. All right, so I've made some videos, maybe you've seen them. So let's talk about the red tower. So this is what I do. I do spatial analysis. When I'm trying to point out something, I want to highlight it. So that's why I made this red. Whether it's a water tank at the end of the Cody Airport runway, or it's an erosion event in Meeteetse, or it's a new trail that we're working on at the Gooseberry Badlands. I want to highlight what we're looking at. I taught myself SketchUp. So this, I built this model, this is to scale in SketchUp. I then threw it in Google Earth. And so that's how I've created a lot of these pictures, is that I've grabbed snapshots from Google Earth, and then I've geo-referenced actual photos to it. And so I also have a headset here. I do have this in virtual reality if anybody's interested. I don't think you're gonna want it, but I asked my wife to bring it just in case. So basically, again, I'm not really sure if this is in harmony, compatible with the neighborhood. As Mrs. Young brought up in her letter, that it is right next to the dumpsters. That is a point of congregation. Again, we can't make any judgments based on the radiation, but there is a concern about public safety about people congregating there, taking out their trash. I didn't put in my presentation, but if you want to go to YouTube and look up ice falling from towers, I would say that the videos are comical, except it's so close to home. I do hope if this is approved that perhaps there's some PPE given to the neighborhood so that they can safely take out their trash when the winds are blowing, the ice is falling in our cold winter months. So, property value is very difficult. I know that there is, conflicting arguments on both sides of the aisle here. And what I attempt to do here is I just wanted to try to quantify something, right? There's one thing to say that we believe our property value is going to go down, but it's another thing to try to put it into numbers. So based on, and again, this is just one source that I looked at. I looked at a bunch of different sources. I chose this one. So what I'm looking at here is about a 20% reduction in parcels within about 1,000 feet of the proposed tower, about a 10% within 2,300 feet, and 2% reduction in view of the tower. If we add all those numbers up, we're looking at a total assessed value. And so that's coming from our Park County assessor. I downloaded that data from the state database and calculated those numbers. So as you know, the actual, I'm pretty sure everybody here probably believes that their actual market value is even higher than what the assessed value is. But either way, we've got about $6.3 million of potential property loss here. So, one of the things that was brought up was about, a recent tower that was approved. And so I'd like to make some comparisons between these two towers. So the George Farms Tower, so that was located about halfway between Cody and Powell. And so the height of that tower is 150 feet. The height of this proposed tower is 195 feet. So in some of the notes for those meetings, I saw that it was talked about that the nearest structure, the nearest building is 1,200 feet away. So I took that 1,200 feet and I grew it to 1,560 feet, so 1,500 feet. I grew that to accommodate the ratio of the height of the tower. So if we look at the distance to the nearest road from the George Farms Tower, that's 1,300 feet. I'd like to slightly change my 10 feet. So my 10 feet was based off the site plans, and that was the distance that I saw on the site plan from the fence to the property line, which I thought was the right of way. I'm going to defer that to Park County Public Works, and they said that the nearest structure will be 40 feet. So I'd like to modify this. So if we look at the parcels within the buffer, so there's about 7 parcels that are in the buffer for George Farms. Many of those are owned by George Farms. If we look at the parcels within the buffer for the proposed 195-foot cell tower, there's 72, so 10 times more parcels. Acres within the buffer, about 104 acres versus 176 acres. So the value of property per acre within those buffers is about $3,000 for the George Farms parcel and over $12,000 for this proposed cell tower. So if you look at the value of the land within that buffer, you're looking at about $300,000 compared to $2.2 million. So coverage, that's a big thing. I don't really know how to address this other than this is from the Verizon Tower map. So we talked about that 9,000 acres. There's the outline of the 9,000 acres right there. As you can see there, the majority of the Wapiti Valley is covered by Verizon. That's what Verizon is advertising. If we look at the proposed coverage map, you can see all that green there. Yep, we got a lot of green. But if we go back, notice the gaps that we have that Verizon says, here are our gaps. We're not filling those gaps. The proposed cell tower is redundant to Verizon's own coverage map. I do have some concerns about Horizon Tower. I think some of the things were addressed today, but in the application, the letter, it's confusing. Is it a 60 by 60 foot fence, or is it a 40 by 40 foot fence? 6 foot tall versus 8 foot tall. The site plan says 2 different things. Let's just say that has been taken care of with the comment today that it's 6 foot tall fence plus 2 feet of barbed wire. In the last meeting, when you went to the Horizon Tower site, this is what I'm getting this information for. This is what's kind of confusing me, is that the application is saying one thing, their website is saying something different. So on the website, it actually called it a 195 foot tall lattice tower. Yet we're here today to talk about 195 foot tall monopole tower. It took them a couple weeks, but after the last meeting, they did update their website. The website now says TBD. Is it monopole? Is it lattice? I don't know. Is it a tree? I'm not sure. Also, in their application, they've got 4 sets of antenna at those heights of 191, 181, 171, 161. Or is it 5 sets of antenna? Because that's what they're saying on their website. Is it 3,600 square feet or is it 3,500 square feet? I'm missing something here. It's I put it in there. I must have put it on a different presentation, but even in the presentation in the packet that you were provided, they put the elevation of the tower at 546 feet. I understand that it's just a typo, but for the record, I am very much in support of burying this tower 5,000 feet below the ground. So Horizon Tower, their experience in Wyoming, they built 2 towers. They built an 80-foot monopole tower in Cheyenne. They've also built a 100-foot monopole tower in Rock Springs. They would now like to build a tower twice as tall in our Wapiti Valley. Oh, well, there it is right there. I apologize, but there was my thing. So alternatives. I think we're going to hear today about some other alternatives. I'm going to talk about Starlink. Starlink has changed everything. I can work from home. If I don't feel like going to work, I can work from home. I can make, really good phone calls. Pretty much the majority of my neighbors have Starlink. One of my neighbors talked to me yesterday about how he's going to get Starlink. And I said, hey, I'd be happy to help you out with that. I just think that this is the coolest thing. And so not only are we all being able to access the internet, use Wi-Fi calling, but last year, Starlink and T-Mobile, they basically had a live event to announce a partnership. So T-Mobile phones, so a regular T-Mobile phone, and their goal is to start doing some testing, and I'm sure it's going to take a little while. Their goal is to have it text messaging working by the end of this year. Whether that's a realistic goal or not, I'm not Starlink, I'm not T-Mobile. However, that is a goal of theirs, and that is going to reduce the need for cell towers. So that means, I'm an avid hiker. Usually I tell my wife where I plan on going, or at least where I'm trying to go, because I don't know. We live in such a beautiful area that if I pull up to a trail and there's one other car there, I'm going down the road. So, but anyways, being able to be in the Shoshone National Forest or Yellowstone and actually use my cell service, it's really going to change things and make things safer. And so, I think that we should just wait instead of building a 200-foot tower and, adversely impacting all of the neighborhood. We're going to have other alternatives here. So suitability analysis. I know that I've talked to some of you about suitability analysis. I mean, that's something that we're looking at right now for the Park County Land Use Plan. So I've done a pretty basic suitability analysis with the main goal of looking at the view shed. Last meeting, it was talked about line of sight, how line of sight is important. So I completed a view shed analysis, which was basically a line of sight. So I used 195 feet tall. So the very top of the tower, what that tower is going to be able to see. So what that tower is able to see is about 61% of the valley. So, or about 5,552 acres. So they want to build a cell tower that is going to be able to view 61% of the valley. So what I decided to do is I calculated the maximum elevation of every single parcel, about 840 parcels west of the bridge. So about 346 of those parcels have the maximum elevation there. 195 foot tall cell tower would provide a greater coverage than the proposed cell tower. So then what I did is I was like, well, let's go ahead and let's split all those parcels into 500-foot grids, then identify the highest points in those. And so I identified 1,100 points. So 1,100 points were identified that had view sheds greater than 5,552 feet. So then, 710 locations were identified out of those 1,100. So those view sheds range from about 5,500 acres to 7,200 acres. So that means in a better location, you're actually going to be able to cover more of the Wapiti Valley. As you know, the topography out there is very rough in places. And so that's, one of the biggest limitations for cell coverage out there. So, trying to just, I think the goal is that we want these cell towers to be in harmony and compatible with the neighborhood. Like right now, we're at a moment where we just want to be smart with our decisions, right? I mean, does the Wapiti Valley really need a 200-foot tall tower right in the middle of the valley for everybody to see, for all the tourists to see? Or can we find a better location? And so in trying to find the better location, I try to eliminate some locations. So by eliminate locations, I first said, okay, let's get rid of any cell towers and subdivision. Let's keep out of our residential land. The next thing is, we share this valley with the animals, and so I added the wetlands. I think that if animals are going to be anywhere, they're probably going to be closer to the wetlands. I'm not a wildlife expert. I mean, this is just me trying to do a suitability analysis here. So I put a 250-foot buffer there, trying to provide some corridors. And so to do that, just being able to eliminate more of the land. That still leaves us with 474 locations outside of a subdivision, 250 feet from a wetland, and with a viewshed that covers a larger area than 5,552 acres. What if we cut that height in half? If we cut it in half, we still are left with 207 locations that would provide better coverage. Let's take that down to 75 feet. We still have 150 different locations. So maybe we can build a pine tree, right? A pine tree would be much more compatible, harmony with the land use, up in the hill, away from everybody. Just for fun, I took it down to 50 feet. Even at 50 feet tall, you still have 107 locations that would provide better coverage, viewshed. So I ask, what if instead of something on the left, we can build something on the right up on the hill? Again, something on the left there, maybe something on the right. One more example, rather something on the left, something more in harmony. So what about the community? What is the community saying about this? So right now there's a land use plan update going on. So there was an outreach. So there were in-person meetings, and then there was also online surveys. Many different questions were asked. Questions, for example, like, how do you feel about solar farms? How do you feel about wind turbines? One of them was, how do you feel about communication towers? So of the North Fork, there was 90 responses. Of those 90 responses, about 9% were limited. And so that means basically, 9% of the people just said, keep the government out of it, build a cell tower wherever you want. About 16% were somewhere in the middle. 66% of the respondents were proactive. I think that's why a lot of people are here today, is asking the county to be proactive, consider the harmony and the compatibility of land uses. And then 10% was other. Something that I thought was pretty interesting here is that other column. The North Fork beat everybody with 10%. The highest was Clark at 7%. So I think there's a lot of opinions out here. Okay, so we got a petition going on. So first of all, I really want to thank my wife and Jeannie for their hard work. They went to every single parcel in the Wapiti Valley. Now, they weren't able to get to every parcel. There's a lot of snowbirds out there, so people weren't there. There was locked gates. They got a shotgun pulled on them. I don't know why, to a lot of ladies, but that happened. But she also got a bucket of honey. I don't know if it's here. It's delicious. But anyway, so we've got 290 signatures and counting. Like, these signatures are coming in every day. We put some postcards out there, and the signatures are coming in. We're getting more and more every day. Even today, I got a signature. So again, Wapiti Valley is about 9,000 acres. 7,500 acres are private land because there's the BLM state land out there. Over 5,000 acres signed that petition. 68% of the landowners are against this cell tower. That's $86 million in property value. Here's a bunch of signatures. Conclusion. Planning and Zoning Commission recommended denial of special use permit because it is not in harmony and compatible with the neighborhood.
Alternative technology provide cell coverage without the need for a tower. Hundreds of alternative locations in the Wapiti Valley provide more coverage. Seat 287, I didn't even update this. I got 3 more today that I added, signatures against cell tower. 21 letters written to the VOC, PAZ. Every single letter was against it. The 1996 Telecommunications Act does not limit government authority over tower siting other than the limitations that were already discussed. Really important, a decision to deny must come with written substantial evidence. Nobody wants to be tied up in court. So just please consider that. We all bought land out here with the expectations of this valley and how beautiful this valley is. And so building a cell tower here is going to go against our expectations of why we built something out here. I think a lot of letters said that if they knew that a cell tower was ever possible, that they probably wouldn't have bought land out here. It is going to reduce the quality of life. It's going to reduce the quality of my life big time, having that cell tower right in front there. And the proposed cell tower does not provide more coverage than the Verizon coverage map. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, we will go ahead. Yes.
I got a question
Okay.
for Brian.
Okay.
Brian, the presenter had the semantics of our plan. The use is in harmony. You're saying the structure is not, right?
That's what I'm gathering.
So there's a difference, the semantics that is put across, I guess, from our planning and zoning, just
sure
use versus structure.
Well, I would, first I'd go back to November where, I provided a similar presentation and the Planning and Zoning Commission decided that it was not in harmony with the neighborhood and it would cause adverse, what was that? Adverse impacts to the surrounding neighborhood.
I'm thinking too that White Ox might start putting charging stations or grizzly scratching posts
sure
on the North Fork. So keep that presentation in mind.
I will think about that. I don't want to sound like an alarmist here, but I do think that this is a watershed moment. I do, and I think that we're seeing that all over the county. In fact, really over the last 2 years. I mean, how many subdivisions have you guys approved? How many of these meetings have you been in? I mean, it's just exploding everywhere. And so it's just important that, we make smart decisions to protect this valley. I mean, once we put a cell tower there, it's never going to be the same. And it's, that's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thanks, Brian. Okay, with that, we'll go to the public comment and then.
I have a procedural question.
Okay.
Since the applicant didn't stick to the time requirement.
We allowed them a time requirement this is the Planning and Zoning Commission rules. We had an agreement with them for the 20 minutes type thing. Our own technology was part of the problem in that time frame, so I allowed them a little leeway. So I think we're okay.
Those of us that are property owners have a real stake in this.
I understand.
Are limited to 2 minutes and they got 19 minutes. I don't think that seems quite on the level.
I understand that, but normally at public meetings on these types of things, whether it be planning and zoning or the other issues that the commissioners follow, the public input is usually limited to 2 minutes each. The applicant.
Give a little leeway so people can finish their remarks.
I can let you finish a sentence or two. I'm not gonna, cut you off in the middle of a sentence or something, but yes, so we'll see how it goes and let's go from there. So, okay. First up then, and as I said before, let's not repeat too much of what we've already heard, although there was quite a bit of repetition in what we've seen in the presentations. Those were required to get the information that we needed. But if we can have some cooperation in the repeat, then we might move a little bit quicker. So first up would be Eric Kincaid.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, my name is Eric Kincaid. I'm with the Wapiti Valley Preservation Group. Horizon Towers reps say that the FCC mandates that they be allowed to erect a cell tower in the Wapiti Valley. And they definitely can put up a tower if they follow the county regulations. Within a week, they could have a 30-foot or 35-foot tower permitted with no hearings, no commissioner's approval. So no one is precluding them from putting up a tower. What the FCC does not mandate is that a county can be forced to approve a special use permit. In fact, the FCC has said just the opposite. If there is substantial evidence that a tower is not in harmony with the neighborhood, it can be denied. If a tower will blight the scenic area, it could also be denied. Our group has gathered significant case law supporting these decisions, and we will gladly turn that and all of our research over to the county attorney should the commissioners deny this application. Regardless of how the commissioners vote today, the county will be going to court. Horizon has pledged to take this to the state Supreme Court, and today the Wapiti Valley Preservation Group, with its 290 plus supporters and landowners, also pledges to appeal to the state Supreme Court. So commissioners, the real choice here is, do you want to support a corporate assault on the Wapiti Valley landowners and the blighting of one of the world's most scenic valleys, or do you want to support your own friends and neighbors in our fight to preserve our land equality or land quality and the valley scenery?
And just for your information, that was exactly 2 minutes. Next on the list would be Janet Kepner.
Thank you for, oh, this isn't on. Okay. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Janet Kempner, I'm a resident of Wapiti. I will see the tower from my home. I'm also a licensed Wyoming realtor, and I want to speak to a couple of things. Property values. Horizon talks about mitigation of substantial adverse effects, property values. I think all of us know what's involved out there with views. We all moved out there for the views. The views hold value here heavily. So if a property owner, if their value diminishes substantially, who's responsible for that? Who mitigates that? Horizon said it would be Tamara Young. Is Tamara Young going to start writing checks to the property owners surrounding her property? I had another question for them. I don't know if they're able to answer it, but Horizon drew the circle of where they thought a tower should go. And they had a bunch of dots, and the only green dot was Tamara Young. What if Tamara Young did not say yes? And nobody in that circle said yes. What would Horizon do? I would imagine they'd find an alternative location. I would imagine they wouldn't just walk away. We are a hardy group out there. We all purchased our homes for the views. We all, yes, spotty service is part of life out there, but you know, life has compromises, and it's a bit of a compromise, but it's well worth it for the views that we enjoy. I want to speak also to the fact that it is the has been deemed by Teddy Roosevelt the 50 most beautiful miles in the country. This is not just, we don't want it in our backyard. This is America's backyard. And there's no going back. This is a behemoth that they're looking to build here. My 2 minutes is up almost. I want to speak to Brian, said that the value per acre is 12,000. In the area, it's much higher than that. As a realtor, I'll tell you right now that if I can find an acre of land for $12,000 in that area, I'd buy it right now.
Okay. Thank you. We're going to have.
And the just real quickly, customers, they say we build towers where our customers are, where the customers need it. We are all telling you we don't need it. We don't want it. And I implore you to deny the application. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Carrie Murphy, let's keep the applause down and let's keep moving. Carrie Murphy. Okay. Brian, I think you already spoke, so we're good. Tom Pullman. Oh, okay, sorry. Can't read the Rollman, Rullman.
Can you tap the mic? I just want to see.
Drop the mic.
All right, Madam Chair and Commissioners, thanks for having me. I would implore the chairman that multiple people have allowed me their 2 minutes to speak so that I could complete. Is that possible?
No, it's not. Legally, it's not. But I do understand there could be a little bit of a handoff here with your notes.
I could, if my wife, if you want her to speak, I'll make her speak. If I can take her part, that's fine. I'll do the best I can.
Okay, let's keep moving.
All
Okay.
right. And I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to read a little bit here
That's
because
fine.
it's the only way to do this. Again, I'm sorry, we're here again to voice our opposition to the cell phone tower. We previously did on 16 November, over 200 residents of Wapiti signed a petition that stated their opposition. This tower is a 195-foot eyesore in the heart of our beautiful property's incredible mountain views. The tower does not mesh in any way, shape, or form with the incredible scenic nature of our land. This is an environmental issue, basically air pollution, that will negatively affect the community, but especially residents that live within the view of the cell phone tower and tourists that transit Wapiti Valley. Verizon did not ask the residents of Wapiti if they wanted this tower. They based their decision on Verizon's need to build this tower and Verizon's data of dropped cell phone calls, data that has not been shared with us. However, it would seem likely that the majority of drop calls are not caused by the residents of Wapiti, but rather caused by large volume of tourists in the summertime. Because there's little doubt that the drop calls, no tourists, it will happen as the tourist passes through the tunnels adjacent to the Buffalo Bill Reservoir. Tunnels that the tourist probably does not even know exists as they leave Cody on their way to Yellowstone. With incredible scenery just west of Cody, scenery that rivals Yellowstone itself, it's not far-fetched to understand that a typical tourist would immediately begin to pass on to their loved ones back home the excitement of their visit to Yellowstone and the incredible scenery that they are witnessing as they begin their initial drive to the greatest, most historic, most scenic national park in our nation, only to have that cell call drop as they enter the tunnel. This drop call data does not take into account the residents of Wapiti. We all know not to make calls when we go through the tunnel.
You're at 2, so.
All right. There's really no way I'm going to be able to read this. I provided all of you a copy of this. I did update it slightly because there was a different date on it. I would like to just finish with something that we talked about, and if you'll permit me to do so. We live here because Wyoming is one of the last, if not the last state in our union where the people are in charge of government. Government does not tell we the people what is best for us. We the people tell government what is best for us. And big tech certainly has no right to dictate to we the people what is best for us. We've spoken again. We do not want this cell phone tower built in the midst of our Wapiti Valley. I implore our elected representatives right here to respect the will of the people and take the steps necessary to permanently prevent the building of the cell phone tower. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want to resubmit that? You want to submit your updated?
Yes, I would.
Okay.
May I do that?
Yes, and I can make copies.
No, you don't need to. 5, is that good or?
6, please, if you would, one for staff.
Do I need to go on record as having submitted the extra signature?
No, we got this. We're good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Richard Suave? So, okay, Sove.
Sure. So I'm assisting Tommy. I'm going to continue, but I believe it. Oh, excuse me. I believe everything that I read in the document here, so I'm going to continue.
Okay.
Left off. Verizon believes that the federal government's desire to provide cell phone coverage to rural areas within the United States is another reason that the tower should be built. But the Wapiti Valley is not just a rural cornfield in Kansas. It is the gateway to the greatest historic national park in the United States, probably the world. Numerous studies have indicated that electromagnetic radiation caused by radio frequency emissions, cell towers such as this caused concerns for health and human beings. Verizon claims that it's not true. However, there are numerous studies that dispute Verizon's claim. Potential for noise generated by resonant frequencies of the wind,
with antennas connected to the cell phone tower has always been investigated, needs to be investigated thoroughly. The residents of Wapiti are opposed to any decibel reading above 0, and Horizon cannot and has not verified that this will be the case. This is the potential environmental issue, noise pollution, that will negatively affect the community, but especially the residents located near the cell phone tower. The planned generator will also cause noise problems. As presented in the previous meeting, there are many alternative ways to achieve cell phone coverage in the Wapiti. The alternatives cell phone options would all be much smaller and have much less impact on the land. However, they may not provide the revenue that Horizon would like. They're in the cell phone tower business. A new technology of unmanned aircraft is emerging less than 10 years away, where a high-flying UAS will cover an area greater than 80 cell phone towers and has very effective in rural areas. And this technology is already flying. It's a Zephyr built by Airbus and being tested, and would save cell phone companies like Verizon huge costs in not only building the towers, but also maintaining them. It's a lot of infrastructure. Are we done?
Okay, we're at 2 minutes, right?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Robert Nelson.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, thank you for spending your time and effort on this difficult subject. I have a number of questions that I would like to ask of the applicant. Would their answers be part of my 2 minutes, or?
If you would ask the questions, they will get a rebuttal time at the very end.
Okay.
So if you want to state your questions, they can note those questions.
Great. I would like to know, I would like them to explain the discrepancy between what the carriers post on the FCC's cell tower mapping tool versus their coverage shown here. This is FCC. This is the company data that goes to the FCC, so it ought to be good. Big discrepancy. Secondly, they talk about registered towers in the area. They do not talk about unregistered towers. Very few towers are required by the FCC to be registered. I want to know what other towers are in the area. I bought a cell signal scanner in the last month, and I've spent a lot of time roaming the valley looking for coverage data. I would like them to explain how the coverage in the valley here is worse than it is anywhere else in Wyoming. Finding a signal better than -100 dBms is difficult. The only place I know of in Cody where you can get down to 50 is standing right here by the county tower. I'd also like to know why some cell towers are not identified as to their location. They'll show up on the scanner, but no location is identified. I would also like to know what they know about signal sources located north of the Wapiti School, near the Forest Service boundary, and near the post office at Wapiti. I consistently got signals from both of those locations. Maybe they're possible co-location sites. Tell us too, what the 13 other sites that were talked to about being the location for towers, who were those people and where were they located?
You're just about there. So
just about there. All right. I want to encourage Horizon to act like a neighbor, not an invader. And one way to do that is perhaps follow the policies that were achieved 2014 at Adirondack Park in New York. I included that in my letter to you folks that I sent in January 15th. Very briefly, cell phone and broadband companies both report that they faced no unreasonable regulatory delays, and that the other groups in the area found that they were able to control the location of the towers satisfactory to that very scenic and historic area. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Steve Haberlin.
Thank you, Commissioners. I bought my house 3 years ago for the reason of that $1 million view. The picture that Brian shows is exactly what I look at out my picture window, and I don't want to lose that $1 million view. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Steve.
Christina Brazo? Okay, try it here.
Thank you for letting me speak. Mine's more of a health safety concern. What's an EMF? Electromagnetic field. In an area moving electrical charges, some EMFs, especially those involving ionizing radiation, can be harmful. What's RF? Radio frequency is the oscillation rate of an alternating electric current or voltage of a magnetic, electric, or electromagnetic field or mechanical system in a frequency. Do cell phones give off or emit radiation? From the CDC website, yes, cell phones and cordless phones do radio frequency radiation. RF just sends signals. RF is different from other types of radiation like X-rays that we know can be harmful. Studies have shown that radio frequencies emit from cell phone towers increase cancer rates in rats, and a study in 2018, or 2018. The strength of radio frequency fields of greatest at source that diminishes quickly with the distance, according to the World Health Organization. In other words, the closer you are to an antenna, the more radio frequency radiation you're exposed to. The RF radiation is typically found in your home, excluding smartphones, is often less dangerous than the radiation you receive from cell phone tower. When it comes to mobile towers, it is a combination of their size and exponential radiation output, along with their close proximity, that is a great recipe for danger, or yes, for danger. Health effects have been known to cause cancer, infertility, children's development, miscellaneous health issues like sleep disorders, nausea, depression, and the list goes on. Why are towers and health safety concerns destroy the views, depreciate the homes that surround it? An eyesore, impact the surrounding wildlife and environment. We all know the times are changing and events continue to occur daily, and not necessarily for the best, but we all know history has been taken right out from under us, as well as the children and the people of our future. There's a reason people move to the country, to be away from the city life. If you want better coverage, which is fine as we know it here in the Wapiti Valley, move to the city, the big city. There's a reason why Wyoming is still the least populated state. So please consider to get that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mike Jemison?
Yes. Hello, thanks, Madam Chair and County Commissioners, for listening to me today. I'm Mike Jemison, resident of Wapiti Valley, and I'm a homeowner within 1,000 feet of this proposed cell tower. And I quickly want to mention a few concerns and questions. First, from my understanding, the applicants have a SUP for the landowners applicants. They have been issued a SUP for their homestead RV campground, which when I first saw this being constructed, I thought, wow, this is a good idea and will thrive as a business. It's on a beautiful property and they did a really good job with landscaping, and I thought it was really well done. But from my understanding, the campground has not been in operation because of issues with their permit. So my question is, should an applicant be allowed to have an additional SUP when the existing one has not met the requirements to be allowed to operate? This also brings up the concern that this tower does not fit the natural and scenic character and harmony of the proposed location. Because myself, as you all aware, I was awarded a special use permit for my glamping retreat just up the road from this proposed cell tower. And I appreciate the process that we went through. I'm glad that there's vetting for things like this and not just handing SUPs out like candy. And the large reason we decided to operate a glamping retreat was because of the incredible beauty and unflawed scenery. And also, as an avid outdoor camper, my family, we go on RV trips with our camper and stuff. And I just find it ironic that the applicants would want a gigantic cell tower looming over their campground. I personally would not want to stay in a campground on the boundary of the largest wilderness in the United States. I would not want to stay in a campground with a 200-foot cell tower looming over that campground. And also a major concern is that it will have a negative effect on my guests and my business. which you, like I said, you guys awarded me the special use permit.
You're at 2 minutes. Mike.
Okay, can I just summarize a couple sentences?
Quickly.
Okay, I just think there are enough qualified professionals in this room to find another site for this tower. Well, I could throw that idea. I got some ideas, but well, I'll just throw it out. Like the hill up above the fire station. It's BLM land. You wouldn't even see the tower up there. Anyways, thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Taylor Jimison.
She's not here.
Okay.
My kids were sick. Can I speak on her behalf?
I can't do that. Thank you. Sorry. Whoa. I'm trying with this one.
Second one.
Yeah.
Kirsten. There we go.
Okay, sorry.
You could blame my mom for that.
Okay.
But I'm here as a resident, a landowner, 660 foot from the proposal. And not to repeat the opposition's been made clear. I would respectfully ask that the board consider conditions should this come to fruition. Radio frequency radiation, a background test. Let's determine what the level is right now. And then upon construction, and then again upon any of the sub-tenant additions. The tower itself, should something happen to it, would not be confined to the property who is leasing the land. It would cross the county road. It would be in Green Creek should it fall to the west. Maybe that's something we could look at for all land use planning considerations. And then lastly, the point that Commissioner Till brought up with assurances, should this tower not be of future use sometime? How do we do that? Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, would you have him state his name for the record?
Would you state your name again for the record?
Kirsten Kroom.
Kroom, okay. Okay, Earl McKinney, it doesn't really have a yes, but it has a maybe. Do you?
Yeah, I didn't know if Tom get done reading all the stuff or not, so I'd
Okay.
like to come up if I could.
Go ahead.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, thank you for your time. Thanks, everybody, for being here. Tom, I'm gonna skip to the last page. As I stated earlier, we cannot, is this on?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear me now. We cannot believe that we have to expend more time and energy trying to explain to Horizon why we and the majority of residents of Wapiti Valley are opposed to the cell phone tower. That was made very clear at the meeting that took place 15 November 2022. The arrogance on display by Horizon and its officials in their attempts to ram this down our throats of American citizens is not only despicable to the residents of Wapiti, taxpayers, but represents a disturbing trend in our country of big business dictating to the American people of how things are going to be. It's very disrespectful. The arrogance goes against everything our United States of America is about. Americans taking care of Americans, caring about their fellow man, and highlights the fact that money is more important than people. That Horizon is more concerned about making money than they are concerned about the wishes and well-being of the people that live in Wapiti. Horizon is simply indifferent to the understanding the people of Wapiti or the people of Wyoming or anyone that does not think like they do. Beyond not understanding what is important to the people that live in Wapiti and Wyoming, Horizon completely disrespects the people of Wapiti and it is un-American. How much time do I have left?
30 seconds.
30 seconds. Thank you for your time, Madam Chair. I'll turn this over to the next person.
Okay.
I trust you all will vote the right way.
Thank you. Maria Dembeck?
Maria Dembeck, Madam Chair and Commissioners, thank you. We live west of the proposed tower, about a little bit over the 620 so feet. Our road to Yellowstone doesn't need more distracted drivers using cell phones who cause horrific accidents and who are here once in a lifetime. As for availability, communications, cell service is available in our Wapiti Valley. Or if we don't have it, we have the landlines. I never received any type of survey from Horizons asking my thoughts on this tower matter. If money wasn't the priority, we would not be here discussing this. Everyone pushing the tower issue has money to gain. Has the future of communications been considered in a way that this tower form is obsolete? Who is responsible to remove the almost 200-foot tower along with the ground equipment? Will Tamara Young be responsible, or will Horizon, or will it forever stand? Please remember, commissioners, we are not only property owners in the valley that pay taxes, but we are also all stewards of the land. Thank you.
Thank you. Carl Dembeck.
Commissioner, Chairman, Commissioners, I appreciate your time listening. I always like to look at the what ifs. As an outfitter, as a sheriff, you're always looking at what ifs down the road. What could happen? How can we fix it? What's the potential problems? What if they put the tower up and it's not suitable because where they have it designed, they want to shoot down towards Pahaska and keep on the highway. That's where their signal is. Even though there's other suitable places where you could put a 10-foot tower up and make it work, they want to shoot down that highway. But everybody knows as you circle around Wapiti School, it's a dead zone. How many dead zones are there going to be between the forest line and Pahaska that they think they're going to get a cell service in there? It ain't going to happen. The what ifs. My daughter was military analyst, intelligence gathering. She said, Dad, you always got to look at the second and third and fourth circle of the ripple effect of what really happens after you make a decision. What if the tower isn't tall enough? And all of a sudden they say, you know, we want to go 500 feet because we can't get to the east gate of Yellowstone. Well, the tower's up. How hard is it going to be to say, no, you can't do that. It's already there. What if another company comes along and says, hey, there's a tower there, there's a short tower there, tall tower there. Hey, let's put another tower up. Are we going to be a tower valley? Years ago, and it wasn't too long ago, there was a billboard issue on the highway. And the commissioners kind of turned it down so it wouldn't be Billboard Alley, which would kind of just be a wreck of the whole valley as people come through. So you look at what ifs. What if things go sour or sideways? What if, you know, it's hard to get the horse back in once he's out of the barn, that's for sure, or to even get a pack saddle on him once he had a wreck. And that I learned. But the what ifs, the third and fourth effects of a decision being made. And you're the guardians. You're the ones before you that were just elected were the guardians of that billboard. That we wouldn't have Billboard Alley. So you're the guardians, you're the stewards of that valley. And we appreciate it. Your time is up.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. The last one I show on the list is Amanda Siebert. Oh, I do have one more. No, you're fine.
Okay. Most of you know who I am, but for those who don't, my name is Amanda Siebert. My husband and I own the Red Barn in Wapiti. My family has been in the valley for over 50 years, and in that time frame, there's been a massive amount of change, from ranching or farming land to housing developments, from multiple businesses to just a few that have been able to withstand a dead-end highway with seasonal income. We are not for, nor are we against this tower. Either way, it will not affect how my family goes about our daily lives. But I think we need to look at the bigger picture. People are begging for Wapiti to be kept rural, but the irony is if it weren't for someone selling their property, 90% of the valley probably wouldn't live there. The hypocrisy when it comes to it's okay for me, but not for you is mind boggling. Anywhere from buying residential homes and turning them into vacation rentals to building geodomes, renting campers, selling food items or other goods from home or etc. We are all just trying to make a living. Many people who are against this tower also asked if it might be possible for it to be built on our property because we are an existing commercial business and next to the highway. But what's the difference between our lot and that our lot that's in the open and 200 yards, if that, and within a tree line? The Young Montgomery family has been in the valley for over 100 years. They have worked their land with their own blood, sweat, and tears. They have seen people come and go. People ask them to sell and others beg them not to. Now, because of the time we are in, this family is coming up with ways to keep their land and pay for their ever-growing property taxes, just like everyone else. From leasing land to building a campground and now possibly a cell tower. They have the means of partially hiding it in their tree line and they have the space required. I also understand why people don't want it. They think it might obstruct their view, kind of like every house that has been built in the last 40 years. They think it will be ugly, kind of like our little red barn or the ever decaying Smith Mansion. They think it'll decrease their property values, even though we all complain they're already too high. Or they just don't need it because their service is fine, even though the connection might be through a 60-foot tower that resides on a private residence that they don't know about. Yes, people, there is already a tower on the North Fork. I think this is the third time that a cell phone tower has been addressed in the last few years. The first was to benefit the school and their lack of cell and internet. And of course, it was declined and the school finally has internet, but no cell service.
You're at 2 minutes, so if you can wrap
Okay,
up, please.
with that being said, the valley has changed, is changing, and will keep doing so. At some point now or in the future, someone will put up a tower. It's coming. Why not support one of the families that has been here the longest and continues to support our valley? As mentioned before, we are not for or against. My family believes that we can't tell people what they can and can't do with their own property. Thank you.
Thank you. Tim McCrary.
I bet I won't use 2 minutes.
Okay.
You're gonna have to. Somebody else probably needed it. I'll be brief. The Amanda's comment about the towers, the houses that are being built, there's no houses that are 195 feet tall. Ain't gonna obstruct anybody's view. I'm adamantly opposed. I live 3/4 of a mile up Green Creek Road at 75 Green Creek. I have cell service there. And so those Verizon maps are accurate where they say they do have cell service. But the one thing I would like to emphasize and remind you folks, which I'm sure you all know, and it's kind of been touched on, but I want to be very clear that you folks are sitting there because the people here elected you and put you there. We put you there to represent us, not represent a California company that wants to come in and destroy our valley. So keep that in mind when you make that decision. Thank you.
Thank you. As far as I can tell from my list, that is the extent of those who asked to speak.
I'm sure.
Yes.
My wife sent a text.
Mike, you're pushing my buttons.
And I'm sorry I keep running it out of the room, but maybe we need to build a cell tower. Sorry.
How long is the text, Mike?
It's like less than 100 words.
Okay.
Because it does bring up a good point.
So we'll put this under Taylor Jemison.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yeah, so this is Taylor Jemison's.
Read it carefully.
You can. All right. I'm concerned about this. Ooh, where to go? Let's see if I'm smart enough to do this. I'm concerned about the scarring of our landscape. Our vistas are priceless and should not be for sale. This tower is a threat to our precious natural skyline. This tower is in no way harmonious with our neighborhoods. And also sometimes they do catch fire, which has devastating potential for our dry and windy climate. And there have been record of cell tower fires on Horizon towers, for the record.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so that concludes the public input part as far as I can tell from our listing. Okay, I guess the next option is for the applicant to answer any of the concerns that they may have heard during the public input, or as many as they'd like to respond to.
Thank you, Josh, for the applicant. While I'm getting this set up, I could say unequivocally that there have not been any fires on Horizon Towers. We Googled at the P&Z hearing, that same comment was made. So we Googled to figure out where it came from. The only thing that we could find was that there was a Horizon business in California, a warehouse that caught fire. Other than that, there's not been a Horizon Tower that's ever caught fire. Cell towers were more common back in the late 80s. Just based on the technology that they used and the standards, they're now required to include to be built to standards, including like grounding the tower around it for lightning strikes. That you just don't see them anymore. That's an old problem and it's never happened at Horizon.
Thank you. I told them about 10 minutes on your bottle.
Oh, so I'm gonna share like stop sharing and share again.
Do we need the technology or can we just?
I think we're up.
I think yes.
Okay.
So the concerns that we've heard throughout this have been no gap in coverage, views will be impacted, maybe better sites, elevations too low, tower may affect property values, health effects, the Wi-Fi calling is good enough, and Starlink satellite, and that they don't want to flash a beacon on the tower. I'm going to try to address each of these. The first, Verizon's online coverage map. This is one of the most frustrating things that I deal with at these hearings because Verizon's online coverage map includes 2 disclaimers at the bottom that if you click on them and pull them up, they say a general prediction of where we expect to deliver outdoor service without factoring in loading, not a guarantee of coverage, may not reflect actual customer performance. Actual coverage may vary significantly within buildings and cannot guarantee its accuracy. That's Verizon. I'm not Verizon, I'm Horizon. Okay. I want to be very clear.
Okay.
But that's why it shows what it shows.
Okay.
And the modeling that Stephen showed earlier is that Tune RF model that includes all those different factors, call loading, drive tests, complaints, phone reporting that comes together and applies that.
Okay.
Visual impact mitigated. One of the things that I failed to mention about the Jolovich case was that it didn't just talk about the fact that that alternate sites, examining alternate sites isn't required. It also said exactly what mitigation is required. In that case, it said, it confirmed exactly what could be considered mitigation of visual impacts. And it went to say that the fact that it has no beacons or lights, no guy wires, no harmful radiation, and no noise, no perceptible noise. I couldn't read my writing, I apologize. Those things all weighed in favor of there not being a substantial impact on adjacent properties. And that's again from the Wyoming Supreme Court. I also want to mention, and I think Mr. Clarkson mentioned, that the website initially showed a lattice tower. We updated to a monopole tower because the profile is significantly thinner. And it's more expensive to build a monopole tower, but that's why we switched to that midstream, and our web team didn't catch up with our design team. And that's why that was the case. And the reason why it's TBD is because it's still pending a determination by the board. I want to go back to Park County standards again. It doesn't just say adverse impacts. It says it had substantial adverse impacts on adjacent properties. Mr. Clarkson tried to argue that that means should be read as adjacent subdivisions, but that's not what it says. It says adjacent properties, and we showed you the map that showed the adjacent properties and what those uses are. Also, as you mentioned, it's the use, not the height. There's nothing in Park County Code that says it can't be the height it is. The George Farms Tower was mentioned, and some links were drawn to that, or some similar characteristics that they were, or differentiating characteristics were drawn. Those are irrelevant. It's a tower, it's the use, and that's what's in Park County Code. In a little bit, I'm going to have Stephen Kennedy again talk about Starlink, or mention Starlink and what that means.
Okay, as long as we keep moving here.
Yeah, we're moving, and this right now is property values. There's a lot of concerns about property values, but there's been no hard fact. Valbridge Property Advisors, which is one of the largest property management companies in the United States, did a survey of 4 major metropolitan areas. And I know that major metropolitan areas are different than Wapiti, Wyoming, for sure. This is the information that we have, and I'll get a little deeper in just a second. There's negligible to no effect on home sale values within the quarter-mile radius sphere of influence of cell towers. Back in 2018, Stephen and I were working on an application there, also for Horizon Tower. Staff wanted to know what the effect of cell towers on county staff, Ada County, Idaho. Staff there wanted to know what the effect of cell towers was on property values. The Ada County assessor responded back, the overall effect in the market is very minimal. In fact, we have not been able to find any measurable adjustment in the market. That's not a market study. That's the assessor for a county that's not as rural as Park County. It has Boise in it, but it still has rural outlying areas. Again, those 4 Valbridge market studies, no measurable effect, no negative impact, less than 1% in both the increasing and decreasing home price indications. Increasing, probably more suited to an urban environment, frankly. And increasingly, as younger people are buying homes, they're buying homes based on the availability of cell coverage. That's not the case here. I'm not going to try to argue it. And again, here's an article that was written by Dr. McLaughlin talking about, and he uses words like proximal. But so I'm not quite sure how to summarize it, but I can tell you that where it says a belief that wireless sites cause devaluation persists and is often raised as an objection does not show up in objective peer-reviewed studies. So again, another evidence of not decreasing property values. Again, same thing there. The policy decision to allow towers with I put SUP, I apologize, or I put CP, I apologize, SUP. We're required to meet standards in Park County Code. If we meet those standards, our application is entitled to an SUP. If we cannot meet them, then conditions of approval are imposed to help us meet those. That's the goal. But why is this whole thing important? Why are cell towers, cell phones, cell signal important? 96% of Americans own a cellular phone. That was 2018. It's got to be higher than that now, frankly. 57% of American homes, again in 2018, rely exclusively on cellular phones, and over 84% of 911 emergency calls are made from wireless devices. Before I turn it over to Stephen to talk about Starlink really briefly, I wanted to mention, I was in the airport on the way here, and something flashed across the screen of the television that said, "What is the most dangerous mammal in North America?" Kind of caught my attention, so I sat and watched it. What do you think it is, right? Deer. Why? Because people hit them with their cars. In this instance, we're not talking about cell signal for drivers. There's a law against that. Drivers can't be distracted. But when there's a law against it, I know. But when the passenger, or when they're involved in a collision, or when the passenger's making a call or doing something on their phone, that's legal. And not only is it legal, but there's a public safety element there as well. We're a connected society. It's what we are. It's more and more so. Both in a positive way. I talk to my son who's away at college every couple of days, but also in negative ways. This one, in this case, I understand the objections, but we'd ask you to approve it. I'm going to turn it over to Stephen for a brief mention of Starlink.
Okay, a couple minutes is all we have left.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, a couple things to go over. One thing is one person brought up ionizing energy. So there are two types of energy. There's ionizing radio waves or waves, and there's non-ionizing. Ionizing is something where photons actually pass through your body and can alter DNA. When you go to the dentist, you have to get an X-ray. Why they put the lead over coat up? Because that's ionizing energy. That's in the higher frequency bands. Non-ionizing energy, light bulbs are non-ionizing. That's the lower frequency bands. So below visible light, that's where we have non-ionizing. The only side effect of non-ionizing is heat. You ever used your phone for a while and it got warm? That's the side effect. The amplifier is working, generating the radio waves, and it's generating heat. That's the side effect from a health and safety concern. That's it. It's regulated by the Federal Communications Commission. Every carrier significantly follows that rule, because if they don't, they risk losing their license. And one of the last licenses, they went for a lot of money in auction to go to the U.S. Treasury. So this is something that's very well protected and very taken very seriously by every licensed wireless provider in the United States. As far as Starlink, I worked on the first voice over IP satellite network. And what we had phones it was an older series phone, and it worked on AT&T. And then it also switched over to the satellites. What happens when it switched to satellite? Well, that satellite covered all of the continental United States. Really great. At only $7 a minute, it was awesome, because it was one satellite covering the whole United States. And to keep a bird in the air at 28,000 miles away from the Earth, it's very expensive. So satellites, while great, they are limited on their bandwidth, their throughput, how much data they can carry, and they are limited where we could not provide indoor service with a satellite phone. It has to be outdoor. So we can talk about Starlink and all the wonderful things. We can talk about Apple and their new emergency services, which my old boss from my satellite company is the head of the Apple group that built that service. They're great things. They're not going to ever replace terrestrial. Terrestrial-based wireless towers are always going to be here. They're not going to go away. The cost, the financials, the throughput, being able to provide that level of service for everyone is just not possible with the satellite. It's going to be better, yes, but it's not going to be the same. That's all I have. If there's any questions.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from the commissioners at this time for the applicant?
Yes, ma'am. This question, I guess, for Mr. Leonard. When you talk about the use being compatible or not compatible, are you saying that what the use that this tower will provide is all that we can consider, that we should not be considering the structure of the tower itself? That's the inference I'm getting.
And based on Josh Leonard, for the applicant, based on Park County Code, that's what it says. I'm not trying to take a position one way or the other. I'm reading what the words say. Let me put it a different way. I understand that there's a significant rewrite or revision to county code. In your county code, if you say
above X height requires proof that the site's necessary and it's necessary at that height, then I think you consider the structure. But if your code doesn't have that, if it's just SUP, no specific requirements, I don't think so.
I guess I disagree.
Are there any other questions from the commissioners at this time for the applicant? Staff?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure it's for the applicant or so that a comment of clarification. There was a statement that there are 2 SUPs that being considered, one being the campground. The campground is not on this property. I just want to make that clear. The campground is on the north side of the highway on a different property owned by Tamara. This particular property is on the south side. So I don't believe they are the same property. We'll confirm, but I just want to make that clear. It's not a second SUP request.
You're talking 2 separate legal descriptions then as far as deeds.
2 separate properties, yes.
Okay. Any other questions from the commissioners? We've had our public comment. So with that, I would accept a motion to close the.
Madam Chair, I move we close the public hearing.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to close the public hearing. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion passes. So the public hearing part is closed. What's the pleasure of the commissioners at this time?
Madam Chair, I have 13 different questions that I'd like to do more research on.
Excuse me.
And I do not feel, and I know there's a lot of anxious people here that want a decision. But this is one of the hardest decisions in the short time I've been here. And I don't want to make the wrong one. So I would like to continue our decision to our next available meeting.
If that's the desire of the commissioners, our next available meeting is February 7th. Thoughts?
I'm good with that.
You okay with
Is
that?
there a problem in planning and zoning with that? Meeting any type of deadline?
Joy? Is there a problem if we need to review everything that we've received one more time and can make a decision on February 7th, or is there a time here and our legal counsel will answer that question?
Madam Commissioner, it would be recommended that we continue the hearing and not close it at this time so that additional information can be brought forward and so that all can be considered before your public hearing and to make sure that everything is done correctly.
Madam Chair.
Okay.
But if we have decided that we've received all the information and can consider only information that's been provided, we can close public hearing and make a decision at a later date.
I guess my concern is that Commissioner Teal has identified 13 questions he has, and I don't know what information he's going to use to answer those questions. And so I would argue that if additional information was used to come to a decision, then that should have been declared in the hearing. And so while you just closed the hearing, you can reopen the hearing and you can set a time and date certain for continuation of it. You would need to do that now if you want to have a hearing versus just making a decision. If you're going to base your decision on the facts here today, I would feel comfortable that you don't continue. But if you are going to in any way bring additional information in to answer your questions per se, then I would think it would be safer to do that in a hearing setting.
So I guess, Madam Chair, the way I understand this, Commissioner Teal, is are you going to request outside information from what has been already presented in this public hearing?
Consider outside, that's on my brain, yes. I mean, there's difference of opinion here on frequencies. I don't know anything about it. So I'll do a little bit of Google research and library research, expertise research. Is that qualified? That, I mean.
Let me remind you, as was mentioned in the act, you cannot base your decision on the health, safety of the environmental aspects of the tower, so long as the tower has been approved by the FCC. Those questions have already been answered. So you can't use that as a decision or a finding to deny this tower or approve it for that matter. You cannot use that. And because federal law says that you can't. It's already been decided by the FCC. They just have to make sure that they are getting an FCC approved tower, or they're, making it conform to FCC requirements. You cannot use the RF frequencies or any of that as a reason to deny or approve the tower.
If FCC said it, it's gotta be true, right?
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
Well, in order to err on the side of caution, since this is a controversial matter and it is highly likely it will be litigated on regardless of how we decide, I will make a motion that the public hearing be reopened and continue to a later date.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded to reopen the public hearing to be continued at a later date, and I would ask Molly to go upstairs and get us that date and time.
I'll do it right now.
She doesn't have her laptop. But we're gonna need to get that info to give it out now, so they have an answer. I'm sorry, Molly. She what?
Nothing.
Oh. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor to reopen the public hearing, motion and a second. Any
And
further?
Madam Chair, I will have to wait for Molly to give us an exact time because that'll have to be part of the motion.
Okay. So, well, wait a minute. It won't take too long. We've continued 3 hearings today is why it's a little
Well, we didn't,
confusing.
Madam Chair,
Well,
we didn't
but
continue 3
continued
hearings.
Answers.
We punted on 2 so far. We're trying to punt on 3.
Pretty much. No. Oh. But I know our schedule on the 7th
But I
is
sure hope
filling
you
up.
folks appreciate this. We want to get it right. Maybe.
No.
How about 6 a.m.?
We got to see next week.
Yeah. The internet said I wasn't contagious anymore, so,
The internet said that.
you know.
Okay, Molly says February 7th at 11 o'clock.
Madam Chair, I'll amend my motion to say that we continue the public hearing to February 7th at 11 o'clock.
I will amend that as long as that's 11 a.m.
11 a.m.
Okay, clarification. Okay, I have a motion to reopen and continue the public hearing to February 7th at 11 a.m. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion passes. And theoretically, that will be up in our chambers. If we decide to move it down here, we'll have that on the agenda.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
I have a motion to adjourn.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to adjourn our meeting today. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, we are adjourned.
You got it great.